Update. That might be us. Nope. Fake bear attack. Grrr. Bum, ba-da-da-da.
Not to look at Tucker as a person that exists for my benefit or to facilitate me, but to know that he is like me, a person that's broken and that will die one day, and that we're here to love one another and serve one another. And by the way we love one another, they will know that we are in you and that you are in us, Lord. Let us communicate graciously and with grace, and do nothing that dishonours your name or your kingdom, which we are here to serve however you decree. We pray in the name of God the Father, with all your infinite creativity and wisdom, God the Son, with your compassion and your holy sacrifice taking on our sin, and God the Holy Ghost, who moves among us mysteriously now in communication and endless unity. Amen.
Thank you. Boy, that is the prayer, isn't it?
Amen.
Not to look at people as someone who can do something for you.
Yeah, sort of objectify even powerful people.
So you were just reading me, because I want to talk about your book and I want to talk about your journey as a Christian, and we will. But I just can't resist
Did you
this.
see
You were
that
just reading
graphic?
me from
Yeah,
Daniel
so
in
you got,
your marginalia-filled Bible
which ones are you
from
gonna
Daniel
start
11, and I was just so.
Alright, so I'm
Yes, sir.
gonna start.
What's up?
I'm gonna start with the last two,
Okay.
which is the banyan tree and Sir Frederick Banting, the insulin. I'm gonna do those two, and I wanted to do, let's see, how the clearinghouse operates.
Oh, okay, cool. Maybe we can do it live.
Alright, so I'll do that one.
Okay.
And
Okay. No, the Skyfox pilot that has a name. is-
Bangkok,
so maybe
Thailand.
we
I'll
could
do that
go
one
back to
too.
the,
So I'll do
we definitely
Bangkok
do it one,
and
just do it live.
Thailand.
I don't know, a minute is, but it's a segment.
The
Yeah, we might be able
how
to
the
do it all.
clearinghouse
CBS doesn't want
operates
this anymore.
section looks
So maybe you
interesting.
don't have to roll.
And
Okay, cool.
then Sir
But this,
Frederick
we'll stay here
Grant
till after we're
Banting
done
and the
with the live.
banyan tree.
The breaking.
Alright, which ones are you gonna do? Alright, hold on.
Alright, the police is here. Now it's a thing.
Okay. Oh, okay, good idea. And then the ones that are left over, those would be perfect for the group to do. Yeah, perfect. Strike up the band.
He's like, what smoke? There's no smoke over here. You guys see any smoke?
The Stars and Stripes Forever song. Yeah.
Bum, ba-da-da-dum.
The finest band in the land. Okay, so I'll do those and you get those. Perfect. Yeah, we just sectioned it off into 3 different. So I'm gonna do that one. You're gonna do that one.
10 seconds. Stand
And
by.
then
Get
group's
nervous
gonna
now.
do the leftover ones. Okay. See how that works? I was just explaining how someone that is new was wondering kind of what we were doing.
Hey, good morning. We're still morning. it's after morning-ish. Yeah, let's talk about that. Highland Park is
we
where
call
at.
it
There was a
history and
pursuit came out of
current events
Monrovia,
class.
stolen vehicle, and at one point they actually backed off enough that those suspects made their way into the wash with that car and drove into one of these underground tunnels. You can see a lot of firefighters here right now because when they put the car in that tunnel, they set it on fire. Yes, they did. Now, there was a lot of black
Yes,
smoke
they
coming out of that
did.
tunnel. We have some tape from just moments ago where there was actually black smoke coming out of the drains on the residential area on the other side of the 110 freeway. And when I talk about some, I mean a lot.
I was looking
was
at
coming
that.
out.
That looks
now,
awesome.
LA City Fire Department, they arrived down here.
Are
They
those
saw
like
the smoke.
solar?
They got the call, obviously, and they went there,
Yeah,
made their way
that's
into that
cool.
tunnel with
How
their
neat.
hoses. Thank goodness they didn't find any bodies, but what they did find was they're saying multiple, we didn't get a number yet, but multiple other stolen vehicles in there. So right now the fire department's still here. They got to
That's
make sure all that
awesome.
fire is out. They're also going to definitely have to call for tow trucks. But this is one of those spots where they've been dropping off those stolen vehicles and hiding them in that wash. Right now, though, they're saying that they haven't had any injuries, so those suspects probably got away. Hopefully they got away because there was a lot of smoke out there, but multiple vehicles in there caught fire this morning, and there was a lot of smoke in the neighborhood across the way. Stu up in Skybox, sending it back to y'all in the studio. Yep. Yes. See ya. Copy on. Hey, Simon Tess, is CBS done with us? Okay. Oh! Why don't I hear them? Okay. I heard the end part. I found him. If they're done with us, we'd like to go over to the Geffen. We're going to go to the Geffen to do the spotting, Stu, and then after that, we're on the honeydew list for you.
The last time we talked, they were boastful. They had delighted the American left. The American left said, "Oh, we're losing." Even Joe Scarborough said, "There's been a change in the tempo of the war. I think maybe Iran is on the defensive." And that's what they're doing now. They're all doing that.
Eric Swalwell may also know about other people, etc. So, do you think there'll be any pressure to cut him a deal and keep him out of jail?
Well, it depends on what the DAs are all crooked in New York. We know that from Alvin Bragg. Letitia James stated they could. He could say, "I'm going to do this Solomon strategy and pull the tempo down on everybody."
Yes, exactly.
But people did that with Trump.
Yeah.
He said, "Go ahead and do it." What are you going to say, that I'm an adulterer? I am an adulterer.
Yes,
I've been married 3 times? Yeah, I am. He didn't care,
But
and
that,
he did it.
yeah, but the difference is here, Swalwell will be pulling down maybe other Democrats, maybe Republicans, because we know this problem is not.
Well, he better watch
Yeah.
out for his life, because Democrats don't fool around.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Hello, and and welcome to Victor Davis Hanson in his own words. This is our Friday News Roundup, so we'll be looking at the news of the week with Victor Davis Hanson. For those of you who are new, Victor is the Martin and Neely Anderson Senior Fellow in Military History and Classics at the Hoover Institution and the Wayne and Marcia Buskey Distinguished Fellow in History at Hillsdale College. Today we're going to talk a little bit about Iran, as usual, as there's always changes there, and then we will look at the Swalwell case, which is turning new every day of new evidence. So we'll look a few things at that, and maybe at the Pope and his alliances in the United States. Stay with us for those stories, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Since the founding of America 250 years ago, many things have changed, but some things never do. The commitment of husband and wife, the importance of passing along our values to our children, the faithfulness of God. Some wonder how we can ensure America will continue to thrive. As long as we keep first things first, we've only just begun. America the Beautiful.
Welcome back. This is Victor Davis Hanson in his own words. We are a subsidiary of the Daily Signal, and you can find Victor at his own website at victorhanson.com. The name of the website is The Blade of Perseus, so please come join us there. Well, Victor, I was wondering just on Friday to just do a little bit of, or if you had more things to say about what's going on in Iran, given that we are controlling the Straits of Hormuz, and that the United States now has sent 10,000 troops there, so we're starting to get closer and closer to active war.
I'm a little puzzled why we didn't hit on this strategy earlier, but in the defense of the administration, I think it's predicated on error, not parity, superiority, but supremacy. That means they must feel that the missile threat is much diminished, and they have up the threat of taking out their generators in Kharg Island. So that has had a deterrent effect, and that has allowed Trump to, I think Larry Kudlow call it jujitsu, flip the Iranian. So the last time we talked, they were boastful. They thought they had delighted the American left. The American left said, "Oh, we're losing." Even Joe Scarborough today said, "There's been a change in the tempo of the war. I think maybe Iran is on the defensive." And that's what they're doing now. They're all doing that. And what happened was Iran boasted that we're going to close the strait, and we don't have any navy, but we're going to do it with a bunch of PT boats. We have no air force, and our drone and missile force is 2/3 gone. And if we do any hit an American ship, they're going to wipe out all the power. And Trump said they did it for a day. And everybody said, "Oh, they hadn't thought of this. The United States never," and every military colonel in the world got on TV and said, "Sorry, we planned this down to the T for 50 years. So these people, I don't know if they're stupid or they're just malicious or both, but so all Trump did and all administration did was saying, "That's a good idea. Close the strait and let only the good ships come in. But sorry, Iran, you don't have the wherewithal to do that, but we do. So we're going to take your strategy and flip it upside down and let in everybody except your guys. And we, unlike you, can do it." So then the center, the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy is a great organization, and they have some economists, many of them Iranian, who have been publishing these revelations. They said, wait. And Jack and I talked about it, one of them, $430 million in economic damage a day. They're still pumping, and that they can't unload because their storage tanks are about quickly filling up. What are they going to do to the oil? They got to stop pumping. If they stop pumping, it has damage to the oil fields. The regime said they lost $257 billion in munitions and infrastructure. Most people think, if you count the underground tunnel work and the nuclear, etc., and the arsenal, it's more like $500 billion. So all of a sudden, it was sort of like the elephant in the room was the economy. Everybody knew that. We've been talking about for they're going broke. They have no money. Before the war started, there was hyperinflation. Now their currency is worth nothing. And China doesn't have the wherewithal, strategic or tactical, to force their way in. If one Chinese carrier comes in there, it's going to be met by 3 American carriers, and they're better, much better, the pilots. So my point is...
Didn't a Chinese carrier go through the Straits of Hormuz just right when they... Oh, you mean a military? I bet one of their ships
One of them did
yeah.
right when they were starting, but now we're turning them back. They buy 80% of Iran's oil, so nobody's going to miss it except China. So basically what the United States is doing is saying, we're going to control the strait, and we're going to let anybody who wants to do business with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, but not Iran. And Iran's island, Kard Island, where almost 90% of its oil is, you think they were so smart that they have a port on the other side of the strait, but they were so arrogant and thought that they were always going to intimidate everybody and no one was ever going to intimidate them. They never did what Oman, the Emirates, did, and put a port that was a sizable, they have one, but a sizable port in front of the strait, and then had a big pipeline, and they could have got around it because it would have been harder to police in the open.
Keep looking the state workers fucking
Outside the
assholes.
Gulf.
You go right
So,
ahead.
Basically now where we are is Iran is quickly going broke. It's going to implode. The population is restive.
Yeah, I mean, as a human being,
and
you
we're in
should
the driver's seat.
be wanting to
So
speak
if
the
you
truth
gave
and
it
do what you
out,
can to bring
you'd say,
understanding and clarity
well, how
that
many days
regardless
will I survive?
as to how much you hate
Probably a week.
someone, you know? That's
10
why they call
days.
it like the
So maybe
Trump
we should do
syndrome.
what they're
It's
doing.
just
They wanna
that
just
hate,
bring
like
it up.
Galileo
And I can go
syndrome.
back to that old metaphor. Can't hear
It's the
you.
same thing.
I don't know what you want. Oh, you want to negotiate? It's Friday afternoon. Let's start it next Tuesday. Oh, you want to go to Pakistan? Oh,
For
it's
real,
too
huh?
far. Let's go to Saudi Arabia. You could do that all day long. And we're not killing anybody. We're just sitting here. And it's not that costly. And
Don't play Clash with me?
if they say, well, you know, if you're going to try to do this, we're going to unleash hell on Saudi Arabia, and we'll still. Oh, you are you? Well, we've got 10,000 Marines, and we have to decide whether to blow up Kard Island or take it from you and take your oil. Well, we can do either one. So they're in a rough spot. Then there's another
Should
dimension.
probably plug that in.
2 more dimensions that nobody talks about. So they got this population that's restive,
Maybe
and all
play
this
some
is coming
chess
out.
later.
They don't have internet, but the word's getting out that they're broke. And the population is thinking,
Do you want to watch a movie or?
do I really want to spend $500 billion and build more tunnels and more missiles and drones and give it to all these Arab terrorists? No. And they justify their reputation and their oppression of our 93 million people on one thing. Well, you may hate us. This was the subtext. But we are the terror of the Middle East. Everybody's afraid of us. The United States doesn't dare go in here. 47 years we've killed Americans with impunity. We've got proxies in Syria. We got proxies in Iraq.
Yeah.
We got proxies in Yemen. We got proxies in Gaza. We got proxies in Lebanon. We have a ring
when
of
you say
fire.
state workers,
Everybody's
they look
afraid.
such a vast.
The Europeans come begging
like
and they make these little
thousands
deals on
of
the side that nobody talks
positions
about.
that
Well, we'll let you
covers,
in.
you know?
The Gulf, and you can buy, we won't harass you, but we don't want any support for Israel.
And, you know, not
So
even that
that's
kind
what
of
they-
state. When you
they
think
were
the word
thinking.
state.
And now what?
If states of
The
mind.
people are going to say, you incompetent buffoons.
Mm-hmm.
You told us that we didn't like you, but at least everybody was scared of us. And now we're the laughing stock of the Middle East. The Israelis are laughing at us. The Gulf states know that we're nothing.
yeah,
Even the Europeans now say that they want to open the strait after the United States has
whole
opened
United
it.
States.
Let us in, please. We want to get credit. I'm Macron. This is the Napoleonic fleet. As soon as you do take all the heavy lifting, and maybe you guys Americans can go home and turn over this prize to us. And so the people are going to get very, very angry. They're going to say, I don't want you spending any money on Arab terrorists or any more money on your stupid missiles and nuclear program. I want to eat, and you're stealing our money. And you know what?
No, I was going to play that other
We're
one.
not feared anymore. We're laughed at. So I think that this, as I said earlier, The Berlin Wall fell, and then some of the Eastern European countries were
That's
free
what I
within a
thought.
month, some 3 or 4 months, and the Soviet Union took 2 years. But it was all predestined
It's
once
just
the
filling.
Berlin Wall fell. 'Cause
Yeah.
They saw what's going on. The Germans couldn't
Right.
stop it. So I think if we don't give away the prize, because now what the left is going to do, European and American, they're going to say, oh my gosh,
Yeah, it's so,
this thing, we didn't
what
anticipate
do you call it,
this.
put
He's flipped
on.
the whole narrative.
Yeah, a lot of it.
If
The
he
filler
bankrupts
stuff.
Iran,
Yeah, it's part
and they
of
come crawling on their knees to
the
negotiate,
forte or just daily
or
dues,
the
I
people
guess,
rise
in those
up,
kind of existences.
we could
for
lose them in
some.
terms. He could have a big
Depends. Day by day, as
big
they say, yeah.
foreign policy success. It would change the entire world. And with Venezuela,
What
maybe Cuba next, and then the economy
suffices.
coming back, and all this oil money, the U.S. this is bad, so we've got to stop it. So they'll do everything they can to stop it. And the only thing I'm saying is I hope that Trump does not stop and negotiate with these clowns. I hope he drags it out. I hope he goes in there and says, these are wonderful people, let's talk, and then gets on the phone. How many million do they lose today? Keep
Why
it up.
does it keep
Keep it
doing
up. And then at some point they're going to implode.
Oh,
Because if you
and they're
let them off the
different,
hook and you say, well, you
search
can't have any
engine.
nuclear weaponization for 20 years, you're going to get Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris
right there,
or
that one.
Pete
There you
Buttigieg as
go.
president one day, and he's going to say, oh, I feel so bad what we did. Will you take my apology? Barack gave you $400 million. Well, I'll give you $1 billion at night on the ballot. And please,
So
please,
close
That's
together,
what you
look
get.
exactly
so this
the
is a
same.
once in a lifetime chance.
Yeah, it sure is. I think that the left and the
Slight
press sort of rely on the
variations.
frailty of human memory when they come out with all it. Because I heard you and Jack talking about the Wall Street Journal and all. It picks on every little thing it
Yeah, it
can
does.
just to say
Every day,
things are going bad.
Every day.
And so they're
The columnists have even got in on it.
Just
But I don't know what's happened. They've lost the narrative. I don't understand why the Wall Street. Do they understand that they're going to lose all their credibility with their conservative
why not?
audience if they keep this gloom and doom and everything's so terrible as this Iranian monstrosity may just implode? The editorial board has been good in the sense that they said to Trump not to negotiate. But the news section is the one they're all, as I said earlier, they're ex-political, Atlantic, Washington Post,
This one.
New York Times reporters. I don't know why they can't get people out of that circle that are empirical.
Yeah. Victor, before we go back to some more discussion, let's welcome a sponsor, My Patriot Supply. While everyone's focused on the conflict in the Middle East, something else is happening here at home. And if you connect the dots, it's not good. Last month, the U.S. posted some of the worst job numbers we've seen in years, nearly 100,000 jobs lost. At the same time, customer debt delinquencies are climbing to multi-year highs, meaning more Americans are falling behind on credit cards, car loans, even more.
Say it again.
Bundle and save on insurance with Liberty Victory.
Swoon.
Swoons. Such majestic birds.
It's like the sharp equipment. It's good for it's different vocal exercises we do, so just random throughout the day. You're never gonna like have to pull from like a different part of the throat. Watching one.
Why couldn't we stay in the city?
I know you're right. I was giving my name instead of the team name.
And that man packs a lot of muscle in the Bay Area.
I know.
That's why they have a witness protection program.
Captain, please stay in the vehicle until we get to the cabin.
What are you afraid of, Grooms? A sharpshooting raccoon with a high-powered rifle?
Alright, this is not a joke, Captain. Tommy Wynn has already had 2 other federal witnesses killed.
You know he has. That's why I'm here.
Miss Teeger, please, stay in the vehicle.
No.
Alright, you can stretch your legs, just don't call any attention to yourself.
Good advice coming from a guy wearing a 3-piece suit in the middle of the woods.
Where are we?
You're safe. That's where you are.
How long do we have to stay here?
Until the deposition on Monday.
6 days.
You're doing God's work. We finally have Tommy Wynn behind bars, and thanks to you, he's gonna stay there.
6 days. Piece of cake.
If you guys been using this place for 30 years, remember that guy that testified against Marty Vincenzo? He stayed here.
Wasn't he killed?
Yep.
Not here. He wasn't. Cell phones off and keep them off. Not that it matters. There's no signal up here.
All right.
Landline is for FBI use only. No calls in or out. As of this moment, we are closed off from the outside world.
Can we see the rest of it?
This is it. Look, I know it's not the Four Seasons, but we've all seen worse.
I actually don't think I have.
It's no picnic for me either, but I suggest we all try to make the best of it. Try to think of it like a little vacation. Okay.
I can't do this. I can't live like this. I want to go home.
Go home now. You'll get shot in the head.
Mr. Look, you're not going anywhere. You're going to testify in open court against Tommy Wynn on Monday, and you're going to stay in this cabin until you do.
You hear that? I better pull the car around.
I already did, and I covered the boat. What on earth would you do without me?
You mean, what would I do first? As soon as that insurance kicks in, I get me one of those new LeBarons, fully loaded with leather seats.
Sounds like you've been thinking about it.
Every waking minute. I get me one of them cruises to Hawaii.
Yeah. In your dreams. Oh, turn that off. You know I hate that crap.
Turn it off yourself.
Did you hear that?
My leg. Tie my leg. She's carrying 2 packages, looks like ice.
Exactly. She's been partying nice all day. That makes 16 bags she's carried in so far.
Maybe she's having a party.
No food, no beer, no chips, just ice.
Maybe she's having an Adrian Monk time.
The only other thing she bought today was a new radio.
What are you getting at?
Plus, I am positive I heard a man screaming at 1:15 last night.
That was me. You tied my foot to the bed.
I mean, before that. It was definitely coming from that cat.
What?
Hear that? She said her husband didn't let her listen to country music in the house.
Maybe he's not home.
Well, where did he go? There's his boat. They only have the one car.
Maybe he went on a walk.
I've been watching the house all day. Captain, I have not seen it.
Yeah, we've been watching the woman that lives here, Mrs. Willoughby.
That's right, Kathy Willoughby.
They want to answer a few questions. It'll take just a minute.
Kathy! Hello? Well?
Excuse me. He was killed in this boat.
That's right. I don't know what he was doing out there in the storm. Must be pretty serious about his fishing. Got an uncle like that. That's where the lightning hit.
That's right. It's metal. Why didn't the lightning hit the fishing rod first?
I don't know.
Here's the thing, I heard him screaming for help 2 minutes ago.
That doesn't make sense. The medical examiner was just here. He put the time of death at midnight last night.
Mrs. Willoughby here?
I really don't care at that point. I know a lot of people over the years are still going to say, oh, like as far as people trickery or messing around, yeah, you can roll the dice or whatever. Yeah, we just respond in a lot of those. We don't always, but in a lot of them we will, just to let them know we can hear them.
Have a little respect here. My husband died last night.
I don't think so. I think he died the night before. I heard him screaming.
For whatever enlightening reason.
They're staying at the FBI cabin.
Would you please stop calling it that?
Well, talk to Dr. Culver. He was just here. He can tell you that Martin died last night on the lake. I told him not to go out in the rain.
So, isn't that Martin's lucky fishing hat? Why wasn't he wearing it?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to get it wet.
You seem pretty excited about new lures. As they were bought there. I wonder where I'm keeping the child now.
I have to talk to you. Do you?
I don't know, Kathy. I think he's asking some mighty interesting questions.
Mrs. Willoughby, did Martin have a life insurance policy?
Maybe. Did it have a double indemnity clause? Which means double for an act of God or a policy due?
Look, I know my rights. If you people think you've got something to prove, then prove it. Otherwise, I want you to go.
Janet.
Thank God. What are you doing here?
I think Luke is in danger. I tried to call you, but... Okay, this sounds crazy. But I'm gonna get these fortune cookies and they've all been coming true.
Fortune cookie?
Yeah, today I got that one.
Oh, you got this today?
Yeah, at lunch. I can't believe any of this stuff, but that's the third one and they've all been coming true.
Janet, this is made by hand. This is the edge. It's cut with the scissors.
Randy, did you just drive up here?
Yeah.
Get back!
Away from the window!
There's at least two. One are in the canoes. Where's the other one? I don't know. Who the hell are they? Pick them from San Francisco.
They're here to come up! Good!
Oh my God! I got it. Here's what happened.
We didn't by accident. It was a setup from the very beginning.
Oh, I can see that now. God, I'm such an idiot. She dropped the radio into the cup while he was bathing. She wanted to make it look like an act of God to collect the extra insurance. But maybe I have to believe them because I wanted to believe them. All those fortunes were printed in advance just for me. She had to preserve the body until the storm came.
That's why she brought those bags of ice.
My head is spinning. Which one are you listening to?
Neither one.
She launched the body. The coroner would never know what to do with this.
The first fortune predicted that I'd be saved from a dirty death, which is exactly what happened when I left the restaurant. Last night during the storm, so
She
when
put her husband in the boat, then cut it loose, waited a few hours, and then reported it as an accident.
Go back and arrest my girlfriend for conspiracy and attempted murder. She probably broke up with me.
FBI, please!
On vacation, huh?
killed on the loading dock.
According to the ME, what happened was an accident.
I know something about the letters that you gave us. They all have different postmarks, different handwriting. They were sent by the same person.
How do you know?
The stamps are from the same roll. The edges are uneven. They fit together like puzzle pieces.
I'll be damned, you're still the man.
Somebody was out to get her.
Edna lived alone. She never talked to anybody. All she had was this job. She was an employee of the month for 11 months in a row.
Whoever did it knew her schedule and how to lure her to the loading dock. Has to be somebody here in the store.
I talked to Home Office in Sacramento. I have full authority to hire anybody I want.
Even if I wanted to poke around, no one's going to talk to me. What am I supposed to do? Just hang out in the menswear department all day?
Donovan's looking for you guys.
Yeah, well, we're on break.
You already took your break. If you're not out there in 2 minutes, I'm going to report you both.
What a tool.
What was the other thing?
Who is she?
Jenny Silvertool. She used to be cool. Remember when she used to cover for us?
Yeah. You know, she used to hang out in the parking lot with us, sipping on some brews.
What happened?
Maybe she got religion. Yeah, because like 2 months ago, she suddenly started punching in early and working all late and stuff like that.
It's like one bite.
You find everything you're looking for?
Sure.
Wouldn't you rather pay cash?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
What's going on?
I don't know. She just typed in their zip code without asking them what it was. She knows them, but she's pretending not to. What do you know about her?
It's Jenny Silverman. She's the best employee we got. They just offered her a management position at the new store in Livingston, and she turned it down.
Why would she do that?
I don't know.
You planning a trip?
Excuse me?
Couldn't help but notice you're taking quinine, malaria pills.
Who are you?
I'm Adrian.
I know your name. I can see your name, but who are you?
I'm just a curious person. It's a gift and a curse. For example, yesterday, you were ringing up a customer. You pretended not to know him, but you knew his zip code.
I don't know what you're talking about. That curiosity of yours, it's not a gift and a curse. It's a curse.
Attention, Megamart customers. Store will be closing. Attention.
helicopter and the winner's plaque, which will be on display right at the main entrance for the entire month, which should inspire all of us to reach deep inside us so we can find the best inside us so we can do the best.
Well said. Edna died at the end of last month.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw Jenny's van scrape it 2 days ago.
You're right, I've seen it too.
But the first time I saw her, in the morning, the van didn't scrape at all.
You remember a vehicle not scraping on a speed bump? Damn, I've missed you.
Her van is always heavier. At the end of the day, why? It's loaded down.
With what?
Oh my God. Do you remember her two friends? They were buying shovels and drill bits.
There's a sewer grate right under the van.
It's loaded down with dirt.
They're digging into the vault, they're robbing the bank.
She wanted that parking space. That's what this whole thing has been about.
Monk, I've been looking for you.
You Donovan, where's Jenny?
Never mind, Jenny. You're supposed to be in Huntsbury. There's inventory piled up.
This is police business, you understand? My partner just asked you a question.
Is that an earthquake?
They blew the vault's going down now.
Makes sense. First of the month, the bank's probably loaded with cash.
What are you talking about?
I'll call it in.
No. Never make it in time. Joe, I need a gun.
Sporting goods, aisle 7.
Gun?
What the hell is going on in here? Let's go, go, go!
Hey, Ronnie.
Yes.
Listen to me.
Nah, man, he's Ronnie.
Yeah, we switched the name tags, see if anybody would notice.
Yeah, but don't tell anyone because it's like an experiment.
I'm in a rush here. I need a gun.
Oh, you finally decided to use your employee discount, huh?
Alright, Mr. Monk, what do you want? We got the...
I don't care. Just give me something. Look, it's police emergency. I'll pick it right back. I just need it for 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, because that's against like a million federal laws and regulations.
There's supposed to be like a waiting period or something.
Please.
Yeah. No, but you know what? We'll get you started on your paperwork.
No paperwork. No paper. No paper.
No, I'll be right back.
Let's steer off the glass there. I just washed that.
What the hell were you doing in there? Stuff's heavy. Good. Good, heavy's good.
If it was up to us, dude, you could totally have it, but Mr. Donovan's been riding us a lot lately.
Yeah, like yesterday when we were in housewares.
Oh, God, it's Jenny Silverman. She's getting away.
Oh, it's for Jenny?
Yeah, we both had the same thought. Jenny's a real tool.
Yeah, but man, this is not the answer.
Morris.
He's Morris.
Ronnie. Give me the ammo.
Okay, calm down, man.
Yo, it wasn't even loaded.
I quit.
Loaded.
Should I read him his rights?
Who's the victim?
Ian Blackburn, he's a major league record producer. He's worked with everybody. The Stones, Springsteen, the Eagles.
Is it allowed to call?
Been married for 2 years. He produces all of his stuff.
At least he did for 509. No, never got in. He broke the glass, set off the alarm, and that scared him away.
Probably just some neighborhood kid.
Yep.
That's strange.
What's strange?
These footprints heading toward the house. You see the whole foot he's walking.
So?
Look at these. Heading the other way. You see the whole foot. Still walking. If somebody tripped an alarm, especially a kid, you'd think they'd run away.
You might be right, but it doesn't matter, because whoever broke that glass never got into the house. He's not the killer.
Then who is? You have a suspect?
Yep. You want to meet him?
It's a monkey.
Actually, he's a chimpanzee. His name's Darwin. He's 5 years old. He's been living with Mr. Blackburn since he was a baby. I mean, a baby chimp. He was never a regular baby.
I don't understand.
He's our suspect. He's the shooter.
She's canceling her tour. She'll be flying back here. She'll be here later today. She told me she spoke to Ian at around 4 a.m. He was in here mixing a song. Monk. And at 5:09, somebody broke the window downstairs.
Which set off the alarm.
Right. At which point Blackburn grabbed the monkey and they skedaddled down that hall towards the bedroom. Monk, stop it.
What is that? Do you hear that?
What?
Listen.
Oh yeah, she said that he was on antidepressants.
Karen's got one of those. It's got a built-in alarm in it.
This one's set for 4:30 a.m. But he set the alarm went off at 5:09.
So why didn't he take his
Why
pills?
didn't he take his pills? It's pretty weird.
Hang on. It gets weirder. They call it panic. I know that's a difficult concept because we know what it means panic.
Thank you.
If there's an intruder in the house, you run away, you lock the door, and wait for the cop.
Which is what Blackburn did.
Exactly. Came at 5:09, two uniforms responded. No sign of an intruder. They run upstairs, knock, knock. Door's locked, no answer. They cut their way in. They find you right there, shot 4 times. Once in the chest, once in the head, twice in the back. King Kong is right there next to him, covered with blood. With a gun in his hand.
Locked from the inside.
Oh yeah, locked and bolted. As you can see, it's completely self-contained. You've been living here for a week. Well, not you, for the person.
Who owned the gun?
You did. Kept it in here. So, what do you think?
What can I do for you guys today? We've got everything you'll need to sleep a little easier at night.
Oh, I doubt that.
I designed most of the stuff myself. Like this necklace, for instance. Take a look. It shoots pepper spray. I custom made it for a famous movie star.
Joey Heatherton?
I can't tell you who. All I can tell you is she's very beautiful.
Joey Heatherton.
Mr. Wolf?
Yeah.
We're helping the police investigate the death of Ian Blackburn.
Oh. According to the news, they already know who did it. That monkey of his.
Well, he's a chimpanzee. Okay. You built the panic room for them, huh?
Yes, that's true. I designed it and installed it.
How did Chloe hire you?
Oh, I've known Chloe for years. I used to do security for her band when they were on the road. You know, most musicians can be a little, but she's okay. So good people. It's a shame what happened to her.
Too big. That's too big.
So there's only one way in, huh?
Yeah. Once that door is locked, you need a tank to get inside.
What the hell is that? No pets allowed. You know the rules. Hey, get off of that!
bottomless apps for $9.99.
Why, Hank?
Finally have a reason to wear my bottomless chaps.
Whoa! You've been squatting. You've been doing squats.
Yes, I have been. Thank you. Bottomless apps for $9.99.
With Olay, get the body wash glow up and visibly renewed skin in 14 days.
Nature Made. You take care of them, we take care of you.
Chevy trucks are as dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. They don't need permission to get going. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
What did I do? Excuse me. Let me try something.
He's gonna hear us. We're on a stakeout.
So what's going on? They let me up, they didn't tell me anything.
You were right about the chip. Wasn't involved at all. You were right about Chloe, too. She had a lover. They were in on it together. They killed her husband.
Are you sure?
There was a witness. Your new boyfriend, Darwin. Actually, Darwin solved the case yesterday at my apartment. My landlord came in. Darwin went berserk. Then I remembered he acted the same way on Monday when he saw the unconscionable officer. The two men have something in common. They're both bald.
Bald?
Darwin is afraid of bald men.
Why wouldn't he be? Ian Blackburn was killed by a bald man, and Darwin saw it happen.
Bald man, the security guy, Kurt Wolf.
The man built the panic room. When he installed it, he built a secret crawl space. It goes from the basement to the panic room.
It's a secret panel behind the furnace. We found it last night. Excuse me, would you stop putting that in my face? Love and money, the oldest word in the world.
Chloe met Wolf when he was doing security for her, and they hooked up, as the kids would say.
The divorce would have cost her $10 million.
So they were planning this for like a year?
Exactly. Kurt didn't build the panic room to protect Ian Blackburn. He built it to kill him.
The plan was to make it look like a suicide.
It was a brilliant plan. That night, Wolf snuck into the panic room. He set the test alarm button. So the alarm rang, but only inside the house. That's how he lured Ian into the panic room. The plan was for Ian to be found dead the next day in a locked room.
Everybody would think that he killed himself. There would be no other explanation.
It was a perfect plan. Not quite perfect. They didn't count on one thing.
Darwin.
Darwin was to grab for the gun and there was a struggle.
I said the
Ian was shot 4 times, twice in the back.
Their suicide story wasn't gonna fly.
So they framed Darwin.
Well, it was a long shot. What else could he do? Of course, now he had to explain what Ian was doing in the panic room. So as he left, he broke a window to make it look like a burglar tried to get in.
And that's how we found it. Broken window. Killer monkey.
Hello? I'm with the Fairfield Eagle. We're doing a story on the election. Why did you decide to volunteer?
I'm not a volunteer. I'm her boss.
That's an interesting angle. Not every boss would allow his employee time off to run for office.
I didn't have a choice. She just said she was doing it.
Can't you just break it open? I only need it for 5 days. The election's on Tuesday.
the shooter?
Right over here. You can kind of see an impression in the tar paper, but
How are the footprints?
unusable. And witnesses are all over the map, too. Some say they heard 5 shots, some say 9.
14. There were 14 shots.
Captain, we found something. We might want to check it out.
What you got? Looks like a note. Emily Tiger must withdraw. I bet she was after that.
That doesn't make sense. It's just a school board election. I mean, who cares?
Spell her name wrong.
He's probably in a rush.
I don't think so. Looks like he took his time and got all the I's crossed, the T's. He spelled her name wrong.
Karen? Hey, Donna. Hey, Lee John. Who's hungry? I said gourmet lasagna. A little fuel to keep us going. Mr. Monk, you hungry? An army marches on its stomach.
No, thank you.
Herr General, eat. Keep your strength up. You've got a big debate tomorrow.
Excuse me. I think I better try this. Not too much oregano. It's not poison.
That's what every cook likes to hear. Listen, Natalie, do you want me to get this copier out of here? I can take it to the junkyard for you. I got a buddy with a truck.
Thank you, Jack. But I got the repair guy coming back tomorrow to check it out. Besides, it makes a hell of a fit, right?
Miss Tigger, you have a phone call?
The sniper didn't know her name. That's why he misspelled it. So all he knew was what he saw on this poster.
What does it mean?
Well, it means the note he left was just a diversion. This wasn't about you at all.
Could you repeat the question?
Miss Tiger.
Time's up.
Come on.
Miss Tiger, you alright?
I'm fine.
It's a grenade. Get rid of it.
That's probably the best place. The toilet. Smart decision. Or the other options are like just to wing it somewhere. Yeah. That was a little wet.
Thank you. Natalie, you have 30 seconds for rebuttal.
I don't know where Dr. Clover is this evening, but our prayers are with him.
What's going on? Did you see that? Someone, that guy, Whitman, he got to the door, and he's done time. In prison, you never open your own door. They open them for you, and after a while, it becomes a habit. He's just been released. Okay, so he's done time. All right. You just read me this. Look how it's folded. Four corners to the center, then half and half again. In his whole life, I've only ever seen one piece of paper folded like this. Smithers now. He's the guy.
Boy, what's he after?
I don't know.
But he's the guy.
Oh, yeah. Here's what happened. 6 months ago, Whitman was in his office, minding his own business, which, in his case, was buying and selling illegal weapons. The ATF raided the office. Whitman managed to burn all of the incriminating papers he had, except for one.
One in the coffee machine.
Exactly. There was something jammed inside that machine. A document, a receipt, whatever it was, it must be pretty important. After he was arrested, the feds confiscated all of his equipment, including the copy machine. Last week, when he got out of jail, he learned that the copier had been sold at the police auction.
What the hell is he talking about?
Who cares? The auction was open to the public, so it wasn't hard for Whitman to track you down. He knew the document inside that copier could send him to jail for life. Somehow, Whitman had to stop the repairman from opening it up. He grabbed one of his guns, ran up to the roof across the street, and tried to take out the copier. He figured if he shot it to hell, you'd just throw it out. But you never did. That's why he volunteered. He was waiting for a chance to break into it. But the cops were there, around the clock. Shoot, almost had it. And when I got suspicious, he tried to kill me with that grenade. Damn. Ah. Okay, I give up.
Damn, you are good.
Everybody sit like on your hands on your head. Hands on your head.
It's jungle out there. This soul ain't confusion everywhere. No one seems to care. Well, I do. Hey, who's in charge here? It's jungle out.
Susan Collins secured $190 million in federal funding for Maine's rural hospitals, the largest federal investment in rural healthcare in more than 20 years. Rural healthcare systems need critical upgrades to aging equipment and facilities. These funds provide the resources to deliver the increased and improved local care that Mainers deserve. As chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, there is no better fighter and champion for all of Maine than Susan Collins.
The victim was stabbed.
Yeah, that's right. How do you know he was stabbed? I mean, he could have been shot.
No, you can smell gunpowder residue in a room this size for 4 days.
You can?
He can.
And then the victim was strangled, too.
Yeah. You wouldn't happen to know with what?
Phone cord. You can see it. It's stretched out.
Oh yeah. We must miss that.
What happened here?
His assistant must have walked in on it. She was stabbed too. DOA at the hospital.
2 victims. I want to see more.
This is all moot, Monk. We already have a suspect.
Who's that?
His name is Lawrence Grayson. Pratt was his attorney. They lost the case about a year and a half ago. I guess Grayson wasn't a very satisfied client.
A year and a half. That's what I call holding a grudge. He burned something?
He burned his own file. Guy was a moron. There were duplicate copies all over the office that he didn't even touch.
Why didn't he just take the file with him and burn it later?
Captain figured he panicked.
That doesn't make sense.
What doesn't?
The whole thing. I want to talk to this Grayson.
How am I doing, Monk?
Fine.
Oh, if you talk to the mayor, tell him thanks very much for this vote of confidence.
Sergeant, you ripped my house apart. You're taking an awful lot of stuff out of here. How do I know I'm going to get this stuff back?
You'll get a complete inventory when we
Oh, yeah? Okay, no, I'll call my lawyer. Your lawyer's dead, sir. That's why we're here.
Hey, do you mind, please?
Hey, hang on! Another step and I'll arrest you for obstruction.
Well, it's a very impressive collection, Mr. Grayson.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm a collector. And everything in there's legit, okay? I got paper on everything in there. It's a hobby. I'm permitted to have a hobby, am I not?
What? That guy owns a security company. Could have picked any lock in that office. But he broke a window.
Yeah, this guy is not stupid. He knows we know he can pick a lock. It was a curve.
It doesn't make any sense.
Does everything have to make sense, Monk?
Well, yeah, it kind of does.
What's he doing?
It's a screen.
When was it built?
2 years ago?
That's about the time your husband moved out?
How did you know that?
Cassandra under the basketball net about 2 years worth.
That's twice you've impressed me. A new world record. I'm Monica Waters. And you are?
Me. Monk. Adrian Monk.
Well, is there anything else?
And no, not really.
Okay, well, it was very nice meeting you, Mr. Monk.
However, in the future, I might have quite a few questions.
Okay, so how does that work? Should I come to your precinct?
Well, no, I don't really have an office there. We could have coffee. Or, do you eat dinner?
Yes, I've been known to eat dinner.
Do I eat dinner?
Yeah, you eat dinner.
We both eat dinner.
Then it's a date.
Mom! Where's Grace?
Still inside.
Monk doesn't think he did.
Oh, really? Well, this should interest you. Grayson bought a bunch of knives online a year ago that matched the murder one.
1 million people buy knives online. And we know Grayson collects weapons.
What do you got? Something's wrong, Captain. It doesn't make any sense, Captain. Harry? You got nothing, Monk. Grayson is the guy. If I had a farm, I'd bet it.
What are you doing in her garage? What's wrong, boy? What's wrong? Sure.
Derek Waters, Monica's ex-husband.
Give me a quarter.
His credit cards were never kept. The last thing he bought was on March 11th, and then he just disappeared.
March 11th. When did she start going in the garage?
March 14th, same year.
Son of a bitch. He's under the garage.
Should we call Monk?
No, let him read about it in the paper.
Maybe we should call him.
Why?
I just talked to Sharona. He's there.
Hello?
Monk, it's me. Get out of there.
What?
Listen to me. She's a killer. You're in danger. Get out of the house.
What did you say?
She's a killer, Monk. Get out of there.
Sharona.
She's standing right there.
That's right.
Listen to me. Her husband disappeared 2 years ago. 2 days later, she started going in the garage. Monk, she killed him. She buried him under the garage. I'm getting a quarter rich tonight. We're gonna dig him up in the morning.
Of course I'll be there. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just get out of there.
Bye. Okay. I promise I won't be upset. Just tell me the truth. Are you trying to kill me?
What?
It's okay if you are. I just need to know. Is this poison?
Do you think I could hurt you?
Well, come on, he's under the garage, isn't he?
Who is?
Your ex-husband, you buried him under the garage.
How could you say that?
Everybody's saying it.
My husband, Derek, is a schizophrenic. He had a complete breakdown 2 years ago. He's in a private institution. We've been trying to keep it a secret. He didn't want his family to know.
Oh my God. He's in Zurich, isn't he? At the Breinhof Clinic.
How did you know that?
It's the best hospital in the world for psychological disorders. I'd be there myself, but I don't fly. And you have soap from different hotels in Zurich. I assumed you like to take ski vacations. Who is it? Who's there? I've got a gun.
No, you don't. Monk.
Captain, listen. You don't want to do this.
What is that, pepper spray?
Look, let me explain. Look, you don't want to do this. Wait, hold him.
Charlie, hold him.
All right.
Ma'am, we're in the process of getting a warrant. We're going to dig up the floor of your garage in the morning.
Why?
I think you know why.
Before you say another word, Derek Waters not buried under that garage. He's in Zurich. He's in a private clinic. He's been there for 2 years.
In Zurich?
Yes, I have a number if you want to verify it.
In Zurich. Really? So where does that leave us?
We're back at square one. Welcome to square one.
What are we doing here? I know you told me, but I didn't listen.
Okay, one more time. The burnt file.
What?
Grayson's file, the burnt file. Oh, God, had nothing to do with anything. Absolutely nothing. It was a decoy.
A decoy?
The real answer is in one of these other files.
Oh, you have to be joking.
If I was joking, it would certainly be a lot funnier than this.
Oh, I can't read all of this. Look at this. Oh, this is gonna take forever.
Better get started.
We have to think of something else. This is ridiculous.
Wait.
What? Thomas Catterskill. Who's that?
That's our guy.
To my beloved grandchildren, I leave $2.4 million to be divided between you, and the balance of my estate, totaling more than $97 million,
I leave to my alma mater, Westmore University.
Excuse me?
My alma mater, Westmore University.
No, wait a minute. This is a joke. There's something wrong.
Well, now, son, I know it's a bit unorthodox.
No, it's wrong. This is not the right will. You left everything to me.
How do you know that, Todd? I know you. You were at the memorial service. This is your uncle's will. Actually, it's a forgery of your uncle's will. But this is what you expected to hear today, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's dated October 4th, kid. You screwed up. The notary public who was supposed to have signed this was on a cruise in the Caribbean on October 4th.
We were in the file room yesterday. You see the little tabs at the top? Some are on the left, some on the right, some in the middle. Mr. Pratt had a system. When he put files away, he alternated them. Left, right, middle. So they'd be easier to read, and they were all arranged like that. Except for this one. It's a middle, and it was right behind another one. We all assumed that the killer broke in here to burn a file or to steal a file, but we were. The killer broke in to add a file. Here's what happened. Your uncle was dying, and you knew you'd been cut out of the will. So you wrote up a phony will where you inherited everything.
Senator Collins supports and advocates for cancer research so that cancer survivors live better lives.
Got to Be has you covered for whatever bold move you want to make. Style it your way with glue. Go metallic. Remix it. There is no normal. Explore yours. Got to Be for whoever you want to be.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. It's the most powerful Rogue ever. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
Malcolm has been intentionally hiding himself from this family for years.
Because I realized the less contact I have with my family, the less I act like a sociopath.
Is this backup? Is this showing off? This family's non-stop antisocial behavior is toxic to me!
You have to make peace with your family.
It's not just mom and dad, it's so much worse with my brothers.
What is wrong with you?
You'll never know. The court sealed that report.
And of course you had to kill Lou Pratt. He was your uncle's attorney, and he would have spotted the forgery. And after you killed him and his assistant, you put the phony will in the file, but you couldn't just stop there. The cops would have wondered why was Lou Pratt murdered, and they would have gone through every one of his files, and eventually they would have found your phony will. So you had to send them down the wrong road, and any wrong road would do. You picked a file at random, and you burned it. And it worked. Everybody was concentrating on Grayson and Monica Waters and the disputed garage. But when you overheard me at the funeral, you got scared. Because you knew that I was having serious doubts about Grayson. So you killed him to push us even further down that wrong road. I forgot to mention we brought Mr. Grayson's dog with us. Looks like he remembers you.
He discovered a ton of gold in 1849. Then, his partner disappeared. Skinner died 30 years later. They never found the gold. How much is it worth? Today's market? $6 million, maybe more. And nobody knows where it is. It's a mystery. And never was some clue until now. He killed his own partner over some gold. Can you believe it?
Matter of fact, I can't.
What's going on?
It's my mom.
Oh my God, something happened?
She got married.
Oh. Congratulations.
She called me last week, and she says she has a date with an antique dealer guy named Dalton Petron. So they go out twice. He proposed to her on their second date.
What?
4 days later, it's yesterday, Mary, at City Hall. Oh, and last night, when they get back to the hotel, she tells her that it's not working. Baby tells her. They're going to therapy for
I can't believe
That's not a crime.
that's right here. See how that
He's 37 years old.
Yeah, and then it
It
just
doesn't make
loops.
sense.
Yes, can you tell me about this armoire?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all on its own.
Solid teak, it's turn of the century, or actually it's 19th century, sorry. Indonesian piece. Solid teak, as you can see.
Yeah, because I'm looking for something like this in my
That's
bedroom.
pretty
It looks
cool.
kind of big. How tall is it?
Excuse me, can I help you? I was in here last year. I spoke to your partner. Is he around?
No, Raymond had some personal problems. He's disappeared and left me to run this place all by myself, which is really why I don't have time to stand and chat, so unless I can help you with something else.
The lieutenant was right. This guy is up to something.
How do you know?
There was an application for a visa on his desk. He's moving to Ecuador in 2 weeks. And under marital status, he wrote him single.
Who moves to Ecuador?
People who don't want to come back. It's almost impossible to get extradited.
Thank you.
What do you think he's up to?
I don't know.
I hope so.
Well, we have to do something. Randy's falling apart.
Adrian and Sharona Monk, this is Jeffrey and Rachel Sweeney, and Dalton and Maria Padron.
Yeah,
We're
I
going
really
to be
hope
shipmates
so,
together on this wonderful
Not to
voyage.
mention,
Gosh, I
those
hope no
good,
one gets
innocent
seasick.
people whom they've wronged
Let's try a little role
and pretty much murdered.
Jeffrey,
Yeah.
why don't you pretend to be Rachel?
Yeah, I think they deserve
Rachel,
justice
you be
too.
Jeffrey.
You know?
Excuse me. What's your problem?
I mean, not just the ones still, being held hostage and abused daily, but to those that have been taken from us,
Sit down, settle down, and sit
who
down.
had life
Where is the gold? The answer is in
taken
the
from
jewels.
them
That's what the
so unfairly.
And why he married Randy's
Yeah, they
mother.
deserve justice, and we can do that by continuing to speak the truth, which is why we do. And when we see so many playing these fucking stupid games, really immature and dumb. What a bunch of dumb, fucking bratty, entitled drug addicts.
You can't.
Oh, it takes my breath away. Yeah, so anyways, I really hope the proper authorities here in Augusta, Maine, do what they're supposed to do to help bring awareness to those things, as opposed to coddling mentally ill, drug addict, bratty, entitled, greedy minds. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, and it's just upsetting all those spoiled, a lot of them are very rich and powerful. You gotta think about that, right? Own companies. Right, when you think of what they've been talking about, Clinton, Obama, the administrations, and the forces,
Thank you. I've been poking
all the
around
new
with my
equipment and
side
devices,
Did you actually
weaponry, trying to be dispersed, sold. I mean, I'm not sure. A lot of the mainstream just seems to bypass all that as though everyone's doing a top secret mission or they have some kind of stake in one of those departments with the weapons, prescription drugs.
Has anything else turned up?
You notice how they go hand in hand with a lot of that activism stuff and the punks.
Remember Dalton's partner, Raymond?
You start dwindling down to the different layers and stuff.
Just filed a missing persons report. I will check this out. Keep me posted.
Yes, that's kind of makes sense. Hopefully they address it. They keep ignoring it, and so they can. I don't know.
Although I'm just a landlord, I'm not their mother.
I mean, they can, I guess. And as you can see, a lot of them do for a long time. They move away. They make a lot of money. We could really care less. We don't really care. We just want to help the children, and by trying to help the children and the hostages now, it exposes all that stuff, and those people just want to forget about it and live their lives. They're good people. They didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, it's fucking sick and disgusting and disturbing. Yeah.
Remember what the letter said? The answer is in the journal.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
There's a chicken in Mexico who can play tic-tac-toe.
Keep reading. Come on, keep reading.
That is crazy.
Hello? Mom, are you okay?
Am I okay?
Mom, listen to me. I want you to get out of there right now. Dalton murdered his partner. Mom. Is he there?
What is it?
The answer.
What?
That's what Skinner said in his letter. Where's the gold? The answer is in the journals. This book must be over 600 pages. But the journal weighs more.
The book covers are made of gold.
What's that? Sorry, I have my headphones on.
No, it's leather. It's ordinary leather.
Yeah.
The answer isn't in the journals. The answer is in the journals. You're wasting your time, Mr. Padron. Gold's not there. I know where it is.
Dalton Padron, I'm Ronald Mathis of the Hillside County Sheriff's
Yeah, no,
Office.
it's
I want you to
kinda
put that
like
hammer
the-
down.
Just the day by
Sir,
day, different
drop your hammer.
aspects, depending on.
Or I'll drop mine.
Yeah, listeners and
Joshua
stuff.
Skinner's
It's just
fortune
mundane.
was right
It's
here. Under our
do whatever
noses.
within the bounds of those safety realms, you know, till they address the facts and concerns.
All of them.
Gold paper?
Yeah, they need to help the children in the hands of these sick, fucking nasty murderers, pedophiles, and mentally ill, sick fucking people. If me swearing and using vulgarity is an issue, then you need to understand that's been one of the issues that people at these levels deal with, and it's disgusting and it's disturbing how you people sit up at those levels and your fucking doctored, simulated fucking experiments. I know. You saw a man die. You tried to save him. I know. Did you give him a tourniquet?
He just kept on writing. The gold was hidden in plain sight. And it stayed hidden for 125 years.
Any other questions, comments, concerns, suggestions? Agree.
Until tonight.
Wow, you figure 30 ounces of gold per journal, that's roughly $6,000 a book, 947 volumes, that's $6 million. More or less.
Don't forget the real price. 2 people died for that gold. 2 people.
Dalton had a business partner. Trusted him.
A lot of people trusted him.
Mr. Massey, welcome back. This came for you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. That's the new Latvian ambassador.
What do you do? She's not looking Nicholas.
Let's move on. Now tell me about this guy's eyes.
I didn't see his eyes. He was covering his face, so all I saw was a left ear.
What are we supposed to do with this? I can't distribute this.
I'd recognize him.
From this?
Every ear is different. They're like fingerprints.
Hey, how's it going?
This is all that he saw.
You know what? The earlobe was a little rounder.
Palm Olive Ultra removes up to 99.9% of grease. Now in a new Easy Pump.
Folks, you've been lied to. You've been hearing for weeks now from all of the doubters, all of the so-called panicans, but here is what you are not going to hear anywhere else. Not just that President Trump is winning in Iran, but why he is winning. He came in with 4 goals. He has now achieved 3 of them, and the 4th is on the way. Iran had 3 methods of resistance. President Trump has basically eliminated 2 of them, and the 3rd is on the way. Explain it all. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Folks, we keep hearing that President Trump didn't actually lay out the goals of the war in Iran. People keep assuming that the goal of the war in Iran was regime change. No, regime change is a means. It is not the actual end, in a certain sense. If the regime were to change its behavior dramatically, we would need to change the regime. And yes, if there were to be a regime change, we would achieve pretty much all the goals all at once. But you don't have to achieve all of the goals of the war with regime change. So, he did lay out the goals, and so did his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. They were. 1. Destroying the vast majority of Iran's forward military capacity. Done. They've defenestrated their forward military capacity. Their missile base, basically gone. Their air force, their navy, gone. 2. Wiping out their defense industrial base. Done. The United States and Israel have wiped out their steel foundries. They've hit all of their missile factories. They've hit their missile launchers. 3. Keeping their economy in a stranglehold, depriving them of the means to rebuild. Obviously done. The Iranian economy is defunct. Nothing has been getting in. And finally, 4, ending the Iranian nuclear threat. And that's the one that's pending. So, 3 of those 4 have basically been done. It's the Iranian nuclear threat that is the one that's left on the table. Okay. Say the panicans and the liars, but somehow Iran has gotten stronger. And this is what we might call the Obi-Wan Kenobi theory of foreign policy. If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you could possibly have. Okay, it doesn't work that way in real life. When you strike someone down, they usually stay down. And if they recover, you strike them down again. The spirit of Iran is not going to teach Luke Skywalker how to blow up the Death Star. That's not how this works. It is not clear that you make it stronger by being alienated from every single country in the region, from Jews to Muslims. Or somehow you're getting stronger if all your leaders are dead. And you're walking around as a regime pretending that an impotent comatose dude with no leg is your actual leader. Weekend at Moe's. Or how you get stronger when your missile launch capacity has been so degraded, so radically degraded, that you're being forced to physically unbury the missile launchers you buried. But they buried a bunch of missile launchers to hide them, and now you're being forced to unbury them just so you have something to shoot and conceal doing them. And so if there's another round here, you need to blow those up too. Or how you get stronger if your navy is at the bottom of the sea. Or how you get stronger if your air force, which was a bunch of Vietnam-era crap, is now a bunch of shrapnel. How you're stronger when your economy is totally non-existent. When in a few weeks, you're not going to have money to pay your IRGC thugs. But okay, fine, say the panicans and the liars, the Iranians will still win. They will win by outlasting. So here's the thing. Staying alive isn't winning unless we're doing the Hunger Games, which we're not. So just to take a similar example, is Cuba winning right now? Is Cuba winning? Cuba, the Cuban communist regime has survived. Are they winning? Or are they on their last legs? To be clear, they are losing. And so is the regime in Tehran. So the regime in Tehran had 3 methods of resistance, and they've been building all 3 of these methods of resistance for years and years and years and years. First, the so-called axis of resistance. This would be all of the terror proxies they put all over the region, from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis to terror groups in Iraq. Right? All of those members of the axis of resistance were supposed to be Iran's forward army. That was their forward capacity. And since October 7th, 2023, Israel has steadily degraded and or destroyed those terrorists for forward capacity. So Hamas, for example, no forward capacity at this point. They're stuck in a small section of Gaza. They may be trying to rebuild, won't matter, Israel will go in and blow them up again. Hezbollah has been so greatly reduced as a power in the region, as we'll talk about, that now they are in danger of complete evisceration. The Houthis could have gone active at any time during this war. After all, they're Iranian allies, and they didn't. And they didn't for a reason. They knew that if they had, they would have been obliterated too. So, the terror proxies that Iran had been funding for generations basically defenestrated. That was their number 1 mode of striking back. Number 2 was the nuclear program. Okay, so the nuclear program, that was what they were attempting to develop. They were racing toward a nuclear bomb to protect their regime, and that is what caused all of this to happen. If they'd given up their nuclear program years years ago, they would have had normalized relations with a lot of different countries. The sanctions would not be on them. But they decided that they were going to race forward with that nuclear program, and they got the hell bombed out of them. And then finally, there was the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so the Strait of Hormuz, they shut that down, right? And them shutting down the Strait of Hormuz was supposed to be their trump card. That was the thing that was supposed to stop everything. And this is where all of the panicans and all the liars and the people who hate Trump and hate Israel and all the rest, this is where all of them started to, well, you know, the Iranians, they really showed you, they shut the Strait of Hormuz. They shut the Strait of Hormuz. Well, it's open now. In just a moment, we'll get to President Trump's announcement that the Strait of Hormuz is in fact open. First, you spend roughly a third of your life sleeping. That's not just a fun fact. It's a massive chunk of your existence where your body is either recovering or falling apart. If you're sleeping on a saggy, generic mattress, you're not setting yourself up for success. Helix actually builds mattresses for you. Take a quick sleep quiz online. Imagine each one of their many models based on how you sleep, your body type, and whether your spouse crashes around at night. They deliver it right to your door free in the United States in a box you can actually move. Plus, you get a 120-night sleep trial, so you can actually try that mattress out at night rather than laying on it once in a showroom and hoping for the best. I've got that Helix sleep mattress now. Notice I am on the road right now. You know what that means? If I'm not on my Helix sleep mattress, wondering why I look tired? I'll be the reason why. Helix also offers a limited lifetime warranty backed by their Happy with Helix guarantee, so you can rest easy knowing your nights are covered. This is also one of the most awarded mattress brands out there, reviewed by outlets like Forbes and Wired, so you don't stop on the line. Head over to helixsleep.com/Ben for 25% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/Ben for 25% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. helixsleep.com/Ben. So, as of this morning, the President of the United States put out a statement, quote, "The Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only, until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly and that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Trump." Okay, so it's open now. So remember that time when they said that we would never be able to open the strait? We would never be able to... So what did we do? We said, you guys can close the strait, but if you do, we are going to stop all ships going in and out of Iranian ports, and then you just won't have an economy, and then you are dead in the water. And guess what? Guess what? Within a week and a half, they opened the strait. They stopped messing around in the strait because they didn't have the forward operating capacity. Their navy was, in fact, in the bottom of the sea. The Persian Gulf was littered with the hulks of their ships. The reality is that their pathetic mine-laying capacities, and I say pathetic because they were actually just putting mines in the water and losing them out there. We are now demining the Strait of Hormuz because they weren't even competent enough to do that. The president put out some more truth socials on this subject. Quote, "Now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed, a paper tiger, President Trump. Fact." And then he said Iran, with the help of the United States, has removed or is removing all sea mines. Thank you. Again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. I'll explain why that one is important in just a second. And the president said Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world, President Trump. And of course, the reason this happened really is because the Chinese said we're not doing this game. That's really what happened here. Is that the Strait of Hormuz closing hurt the Chinese way worse than it hurt us. The Chinese presumably brought pressure to bear via Pakistan on the Iranians, and the Iranians decided to open the strait. So, that is a victory. Now there are people saying, well, it wouldn't have been shut in the first place if you hadn't attacked Iran. Okay, but the point is, the reason that Iran did that is because they were desperate. Again, there were only 3 things that they could do to preserve their regime long term. One was the axis of resistance. Been defenestrated, been destroyed. This is why what Trump said about Lebanon and the Lebanon war is important. 2, nuclear program. Defended, by the way, by a shield of ballistic missiles. And one of the reasons why the United States and Israel went now is because Iran was ramping up its development of ballistic missiles beyond the capacity of various THAAD systems and Patriot systems to shoot them down. And so Israel and the United States said, you don't get to build an umbrella of missiles and then build your nukes beneath them. And so that's what prompted all of this. Okay, so that was their other capacity. We'll get to the nukes in a second. And the third was the Strait of Hormuz. And 2 of the 3 capacities have now been removed, and the third is well on its way. So yes, that's a victory. Again, look at the shifting goalposts. A week ago, people were saying he'll never be able to open this. Literally 1 week ago, he'll never be able to open the Strait of Hormuz. It won't happen. The Iranians just have a stranglehold. They have total control. Weird, because like 10 days later, it's open. And by the way, the only ships that are not free to transit the strait are the ones that we are locking up. was somehow going to undermine the war. When Brent crude dropped 11% at the beginning of the morning, down below $90, and it's going to drop further. How's that not a victory, by the way? And one of the reasons, by the way, that Iran had to give up the ghost year is because of all of the airstrikes that we did in Iran. Miyad Maleki points out from the Foundation of Defense for Democracies that the 6+ weeks of strikes before the blockade actually made it far more devastating for the regime. 70% of their missile launchers had been destroyed or disabled. 200 air defense systems were struck. The U.S. and Israel had achieved full air superiority within 24 hours. Missile launches plummeted from 350 on day 1 to 50 by day 4. And, most importantly, Iran could not reroute its oil over land, which meant that they were done. If they couldn't export their oil by building pipelines in other ways, right? When the Strait of Hormuz shut, Saudi immediately started building pipelines in other directions. Iran could not because we had struck their capacity to do so. Their 2 biggest steel plants shut down. That meant 70% of their steel capacity disrupted. 85% of their petrochemical export capacity was knocked out. The South Pars strikes alone took out 12% of Iran's total gas production. And so what does this mean? Well, it means, again, go back to those things that Iran supposedly was holding over the United States and Israel and all of our Gulf allies. It's terror proxies, ballistic missile and nukes, and the Strait. Well, the Strait is now open. The ballistic missiles have been devastated. The nukes are on their way, as we'll get to in a moment. And so all that was left was basically the terror proxies. The terror proxies had been largely destroyed. The reason why the United States and Israel had unique capacity to go after Iran right now is because Israel spent the last couple of years destroying Hezbollah, the great threat in 2022 against any Israeli was from the northern border, Hezbollah, possibility of them shooting targeted rockets by the tens of thousands into Israel. And Israel ended that threat and then moved forward to completely end the threat in the middle of this war so that Iran had no forward capacity. So Iran is trying to save face now. Iran is trying to claim that it's not because the President of the United States put a blockade on Iranian ships that they are giving up control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're lying. They're saying that the only reason for the ceasefire is the ceasefire in Lebanon. So simultaneous with this happening, the President of the United States pushed forward a ceasefire in Lebanon. So while all eyes have been on the situation in Iran, Israel has been doing heavy operations in the south of Lebanon to finally once and for all extirpate the threat from the south of Lebanon. For those who don't know their history, Hezbollah has been a dominant force in southern Lebanon since the early 80s. So if you look back at Lebanese history, it's amazing. There's so many people who hate Israel and who are purportedly doing so because in some way they supposedly love Christians, which again, I find a bizarre contention since literally the only country with a naturally growing Christian population in the entire Middle East is Israel. But if you want to look at who kills Christians, take a look at Lebanon. Take a look at Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a thriving Christian country. It was in fact a majority Christian country. And then it became more and more Muslim. And then, even beyond that, it turned into a Palestinian chaotic hellhole. The reality is that the Palestinians arrived in Lebanon in the mid-70s after they were expelled from Jordan. They took up residence at the southern border, and they started murdering Lebanese politicians, Christian politicians, and they started attacking across the border to Israel. That is what led to, for example, Israel's incursions into Lebanon in both 1978 and 1982. And the Israelis were told not to do that in 1982. By the way, a great tragedy, because if Israel had been able to finish off the PLO in 1982, it would have forestalled the collapse of the Lebanese government, ending in a bizarre power-sharing arrangement in Lebanon in 1989 that eventually led to essentially the domination of the entire government of Lebanon by the Iranian terrorist group Hezbollah. So that's the actual backstory here. So, the president announced that the Lebanese government, which since Israel has been attacking Hezbollah over the course of the last couple of years, in retaliation, by the way, for Hezbollah joining in a couple of days late on the October 7th attacks, because Israel did such damage to Hezbollah, the Lebanese government, which has always had a very, very raw and difficult relationship with Hezbollah, which is both a terrorist group and also they have a political presence in the government of Lebanon, the Lebanese government has never truly wanted to be run by an outside terrorist group run from Iran, which is what Hezbollah is. And so there are now talks, open talks, between the Lebanese government, which says they oppose Hezbollah, and the Israeli government. Now the big problem in Lebanon is that Hezbollah has a lot of weapons. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese army have been particularly weak. You'll remember there was a quasi-settlement that was signed between the Lebanese government and the Israelis about a year ago. And the goal of that agreement was to allow the Lebanese government to strip Hezbollah of its capacity against Israel, and that would lead to some sort of peace agreement. And Lebanon was unable to achieve that. Hezbollah was rebuilding below the Litani River. The Litani River is a river that runs east-west in Lebanon, located about 1/4 of the way from the southern border of Lebanon. Okay, so in the last couple of weeks, Israel did a massive operation in Lebanon. They took out something like 1,700 Hezbollah fighters. They cleared the Hezbollah population from southern Lebanon. They moved all the way up to the Litani River, and they blew up the bridges. And then they moved north of the Litani River also, because the idea is never again will Israel allow Hezbollah to routinely fire rockets by the thousands into northern Israel. There were hundreds of thousands of Israeli citizens who for legitimately 2 years were living away from their homes and kind of apartments, other places in Israel. The entire north of Israel was empty because of Hezbollah's rocket fire. And so Israel said, we're not doing that anymore. And while we are taking out the Iranian forward capacity, we're going to take out their true forward capacity in the Hezbollah. And Hezbollah panicked. And Hezbollah freaked out. And they called on the Iranian government to help them. And the Iranian government didn't do much. And so what the Iranian government is now trying to claim is that the only reason why they are opening the Strait of Hormuz is because they somehow got a concession out of President Trump and Israel with regard to saving Hezbollah. That is the thing that they are promoting. Now, President Trump immediately put out a statement, and he said that that is not actually what is happening here. He said that this had nothing to do, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz had nothing to do with Lebanon. Quote, again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. So what is exactly happening there? Well, the president announced, quote, I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. The two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C. with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I've directed Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio, together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raising-Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th, so let's get it done, President Trump. Now, notice who else is sitting there. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Why? Because, presumably, any negotiation will have to have some guarantee that the Lebanese government will actually take action against the Iranian forward proxy, Hezbollah. And if they don't have the capacity, presumably, Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, is going to help out Lebanon in fulfilling its commitments, because otherwise there ain't going to be a lasting deal here, and the President knows it. Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement, quote, this opportunity for peace exists because since the War of Redemption, we have fundamentally changed the balance of power in Lebanon. We activated the pagers, we eliminated the massive arsenal of 150,000 rockets and missiles that Hassan Nasrallah prepared to destroy Israel cities. We eliminated Nasrallah. This balance has shifted to such an extent that over the past month, we began receiving calls from Lebanon to hold direct peace talks between us. This is something that hasn't happened in over 40 years. I answered that call, I agreed to a timeout, or more accurately, a temporary 10-day ceasefire to try and advance the agreement we began discussing during the meeting of ambassadors in Washington. There are 2 demands that Netanyahu is making from peace talks. The first is the disarmament of Hezbollah. The second is a sustainable peace agreement, peace through strength. So in other words, Israel is not going to simply sign away its security at its own northern border because Iran is asking it to. Hezbollah wanted 2 conditions. First, that Israel withdraw from all Lebanese territory back to the international border. And second, a ceasefire based on the quiet for quiet model. Meaning if you don't fire, we don't fire. And Netanyahu said, I agree to neither of these. And indeed, these 2 conditions are not being met. They're remaining in Lebanon in a reinforced security buffer zone. This is not the 5 points that existed before Operation Roaring Lion. This is a security buffer that starts at the sea and continues to Mount Dov and the foothills of Mount Hermon up to the Syrian border. This is a security which is 10 kilometers deep, which is much stronger, more intense, more continuous, and more solid than what we had previously. That is where we are, and we are not leaving. This allows us first and foremost to block the danger of an invasion into our communities, and second, it allows us to prevent direct anti-tank fire into our communities. The residents are now protected from these 2 dangers. Of course, there are still problems, says Netanyahu, they still have problems left. We'll have to deal with that as well as part of the progress toward a security agreement and a continuous peace treaty. But there's something else, and I want to tell you what it is. I've spoken with President Trump over these last 2 days, says Netanyahu, and he told me he is tremendously determined to continue the naval blockade and to bring about the dismantling of Iran's nuclear capability. It remains there. He is not giving up on this. He is certainly going to eliminate this threat once and for all, continuing the great what's going to happen in those negotiations, we'll find out. One thing is very clear. The Israeli government, and they know this, the Israeli government will not stand if they allow for the reconstitution of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Any peace agreement between Israel and Lebanon, remember, Lebanon is not Hezbollah. Israel has not been at war with the Lebanese government. Israel has been at war with Hezbollah, a terrorist group that has been nothing but horror for the Lebanese people. And one of the things that Israel has been doing when it moved into southern Lebanon, they said, if you're Christian, you can stay because you're not the problem. If you're a member of Hezbollah, you need to go. That's what actually has been happening. So, what does that mean? Again, the Iranians only had a few cards to play. Card number one was their axis of resistance that has been heavily defenestrated. 2, the Strait of Hormuz, now open. And finally 3, their nuclear program. And the president says, that's going to go too. That's going to go too. And again, the president is setting some pretty significant lines here. All the talk about tacoing, the president said from the very beginning, he's been saying it for legitimately 40 years, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And again, when it comes to the sort of rhetorical battle that he's having with Pope Leo, in which the Pope seems far more critical of the president for trying to disarm a terrorist regime that is anti-Jew, anti-Christian, anti-Sunni Muslim, and anti-civilization. The Pope seems to be spending all his time on how upset he is with the president and with Israel, making vaguely worded statements. The president has the moral upper hand there. He does. He does. That's just a reality. And the reality is that the moral side is to oppose the Iranian regime, not to oppose the people trying to stop the Iranian regime. In any case, and again, I say that with respect for the Pope's moral stature, but there's a difference between the underlying moral principle, war is bad, just war theory, or all the rest, and the application of that in practice. Now, here is the president talking about all this. He says, listen, you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. He's been absolutely clear on this.
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that you cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it, and I think they'd use it quickly, and they would kill many millions of people. So, you know, the Pope can disagree with me on that, but certainly we're allowed to have that. I'm all about the gospel. I'm about it as much as anybody can be, but I can't allow, as President of the United States of America, I can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And here's the story. They won't have. They've already agreed not to have. That's good news, and I think the Pope will be very happy.
Already coming up. So what about those nukes? What's happening there? We'll get to that in a moment. First, let's be real. There's a lot in your life you have to keep track of. You've got dozens of passwords stored in 3 different places. Your kid's school and sports schedules are a disaster zone. Your small business to-do list is never ending. Well, there's a lot of stuff we do remember, but then we forget about sometimes the big important things, like, God forbid, what happens to your family financially if you should plot, if you fall over, you keel over. But the responsibility of protecting your loved ones and planning for the future is heavy. Trying to navigate life insurance on your own can be a total mess. Our sponsor, Policy Genius, makes that process dramatically easier by acting as an online insurance marketplace, not an insurance company. So you can compare quotes from some of America's top insurers side by side for free and actually understand what it is you're buying. Their licensed team works for you, not for the insurance carriers, so they care about your needs, your budget, your family. They help you figure out coverage amounts, prices, terms, all of it. There's no guesswork, just clarity and peace of mind. And listen, I have life insurance, makes me feel a lot better about going in, just being in the world. The same will happen for you. Policy Genius will answer your questions, handle the paperwork, and advocate for you throughout the process. That's why they've racked up thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot from people just like you and me. Protect your family with a policy that grows with your life. With Policy Genius, you can see if you can find 20-year life insurance policies starting at just $276 a year for $1 million in coverage. Head on over to PolicyGenius.com/Shapiro to compare life insurance quotes from top companies. See how much you could save. That's PolicyGenius.com/Shapiro. Okay, so the President of the United States then took on the rumor that he was only asking for a 20-year limit on Iranian nuclear development. He said, no, they're going to agree to no nuclear weapons.
That's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bomber. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive. We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Project Hail Mary is a blockbuster families can enjoy together.
Thumbs up, baby.
It's a genuinely transformative experience.
How do you know when the hug is done?
You just feel it.
This is one for VHS. Project Hail Mary, rated PG-13.
During allergic reactions, I used to hesitate using a needle injector until I said, hello, Neffy. The only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a free virtual visit at getneffy.com and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
And then, honestly, I thought this was the best line by the president yesterday. He was asked about the fact that Iran has been executing political prisoners. Listen to this response.
What are you doing? I'll tell that to the public. What are you saying? Tell that to the public. Did you just hear that? Iran is going to execute 4 people in 20 minutes?
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. If the Pope wants to speak out morally, then he should do so. Now would be an excellent time. And listen, I understand that the papacy has routinely had to deal with real-world politics of fact that our Christian minorities living in majority Muslim countries where they're heavily mistreated as they are to However, you don't get to sign in to chat on some areas of supposed immorality, fighting with the bad guys, while being silent on the bad guys. In any case, the President of the United States was asked about whether there would be an extension of his right ceasefire. He said, no, I don't think we're going to need it. We're probably going to get to the end of this pretty quickly.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. You got, just so you know, some of you are all works and we're dealing with this. Gotta have weapons. That's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do.
And the president also said that the relationship with Iran is better because, you know, now they want to do things so that they won't be bombed or blockaded. Accurate.
We have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
He is not wrong about that. Again, the economy of Iran is stopped dead. It is stopped dead. As far as the stories, there are a bunch of stories that, you know, now the Iranians are really going to have their revenge because they're digging out their missile launchers. Yeah, they didn't want to have to do that. They're digging them out. And you know what we can see them doing? Digging them out. And you know what's good about that? If they dig them out, they're no longer sheltered. And if they're no longer sheltered, then we can just blow them up if we go back to actual forward activities. There was Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
Well, you are digging out, which is exactly what you're doing, digging out of bombed out and devastated facilities. We are only getting stronger. You are digging out your remaining launchers and missiles with no ability to replace them. You have no defense industry, no ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that. You can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before.
Well, that is right. That is exactly right. Meanwhile, again, our military is extraordinary at what they do, and they work with extraordinary firms like Palantir in order to actually upgrade our military capacity. Great piece from Pirate Wire is talking about what Palantir does. Palantir is capable of rate, instead of spreadsheets that it used to be done like on a person-to-person basis. You have to go through a spreadsheet more than 1,000 times a day in order to just get information on the kill chain and make sure that the proper people were being struck. Now, according to pirate wires, manufacturers can ditch spreadsheets in favor of warp speed and app the draws from the alphabet soup of various agencies. Further, AI agents can do actual work. They can do shipping manifests, stock levels, past disasters, and use all the logic and forecast models to come up with a reallocation plan. Meanwhile, the Pentagon, taking the advice of people like the CTO over at Palantir, Shem Sankar, who's been a guest on the show, is starting to go to various domestic manufacturers and tell them to boost weapons production. According to the Wall Street Journal, GE Aerospace and the vehicle and machinery maker Oshkosh were among the companies involved in the talks with defense officials. The Defense Department is committed to rapidly expanding the defense industrial base by leveraging all available commercial solutions and technologies to ensure our war party can maintain a decisive advantage. Dual-use technologies, though, which is a good thing. It means that you actually have flex capacity, which is really important. You can ramp up, you can ramp up, you can ramp down, you can ramp down. And meanwhile, the only other thing, so the Christianity and Judaism in human conscience. Do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself. A universal principle so blatantly violated by the Zionist regime. Nuclear weapons for one regime, a war against an entire nation over its peaceful nuclear program, scientists assassinated in Iran, Iraq, and Syria, children killed in Manab. Has human conscience died in some world leaders? Okay, so first of all, we have always believed that some regimes should have nukes and some should not. Like the ones we're allied with, we don't really have a problem with them having nukes. It's, terrorist regimes that threaten the obliteration of our allies, both Muslim and Jewish, as well as threats against Europe and the rest of the world, yeah, that's a problem. The reason that he says this sort of stuff is he figures that he will find allies, which of course he does. And the bizarre coalition of the pseudo-dispossessed continues. I have to say, there's a peculiar schadenfreude for me in watching Ilhan Omar praising Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens. Of course she is. Of course she is. I mean, because they're on the same side. That would be the reason. Ilhan Omar has yet to meet an Islamist terror group that she doesn't have some warm feeling for, is out there praising Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens because they're on the same side. Duh.
The thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying I am done with you.
Again, pretty amazing. All the masks coming off all at once. Meanwhile, Graham Plattner, who is running for Senate in Maine, it turns out that back in 2014, when Hamas raided a military base near Kibbutz Nahal Oz, he praised the actual operation. Looks like an all-around, well-executed and successful small unit raid to me. That's what he said on Reddit at the time. And this is where the mainstream left is going in quickly. Bernie Sanders put forward a resolution to try to defund aid to Israel in the middle of a war where they're our ally. They're the ones who they have planes in the sky and we have planes in the sky, and they are flying the same missions and talking to each other. And the Democrats are trying to defund only that, which is amazing. And it does demonstrate something, which is that the hatred for Israel on the part of the left is indeed springing from the same place as the anti-Americanism of Bernie Sanders. Bernie hates America's place in the world. Bernie is anti-American. And so it's not surprised he's also against America's allies. It's all coming from the same anti-American place. Over and over and over again. Like a lot. Well, Graham Plattner, as part of that, presumably he digging at gas prices, man, she is just, I hope they nominate her. Truly, I mean, she did such a great job last time. She is now doing the Hillary Clinton 2016 routine where she goes to like Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and drinks a beer. So she went out in the middle of some town somewhere, North Carolina, I think, and stood outside a gas station and pretended that she cared about gas prices. By the way, if she cared about gas prices, she should check them out in California. I'm in California right now. I will tell you the gas prices here in her home state, it's like twice as high, and it's not because it's straight through. It is because of the vast regulations and taxes placed on gas consumption in the state of California. Here's Kamala Harris digging at gas prices. Again, watching Democrats dig at gas prices after spending my entire lifetime trying to undermine gas production in the United States. It's a thing, man. It's pretty amazing.
Everyone's up here in Charlotte since the start of Trump's war of choice. It's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods that are being transported on those semis. We've got a president who is paying more attention to what he thinks is in his best political interest and personal interest as opposed to what is in the best interest of working people in America.
Sorry, I fell asleep in the middle of that. Was she saying something? I can't believe this is the best they've got. She's correct, but don't worry, she does have friends on the other side. Tucker Carlson he's gone, man. I mean, he is gone. So, yesterday, he did a podcast in which he called the President of the United States the Antichrist. He didn't even try to hide it. He just said it. He said Donald Trump is matching up with the prophecies of the book of Daniel about the Antichrist, says Tucker Carlson. He also, the absolute cowardice here is pretty insane. He says the civic religion of the U.S. government is Israelism. And what is Israelism? He says Israelism is the Bible, but without the New Testament. Dude, just say it. Just say it, you coward. We know. Just say what you want to say. Say what you want to say. Just say it. We all know you just want to say it. So just say it. Then he cowers behind, no, I'm not going to say it. I don't judge anyone. Whoa! Okay? Sure, dude. Sure. All right, go for it.
What is the civic religion of the United States? What's the religion of the U.S. government? What's the religion, honestly, of Donald Trump? It's not Christianity, clearly. It's Israelism. It's the defense of Israel.
Donald Trump isn't a Christian. Tucker Carlson, who full scale promotes the Marcion heresy, is the true Christian in all of this. And again, just say what you want to say, dude. Israelism. There's no religion called Israelism. You know what you want to say, and we all know what you want to say. Anyway, the President of the United States put out yet another truth social and accurate one. Quote, who's dumber, Tucker Carlson or Joe Pence? It's very interesting. I met Joe Pence at Dover Air Force Base along with numerous others who had lost their loved ones in war. I said hello to all of the families. Ken horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought into Dover, along with the rest, although he married again quite quickly, in my opinion, in any event. A number of years later, I noticed the same person was running for Congress in Washington State and lost. And then noticed a couple of years later he was running again and lost. Well, I didn't know him other than our brief Dover encounter, but feeling sorry for him after the 2 election losses, I told my people, hire him for the White House, give him a job, make him feel good, he lost his wife in 2 elections. They did, and while I rarely saw him, I certainly didn't expect his loyalty, but that's what I got. He was really a sleazebag. And someone say I'm talking about a leader. I don't know whether or not that's true, but next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Pence is a loser, just like Tucker, Candace, Megan, and the rest of them are losers. You're born that way, low IQ. There's not a damn thing they're going to be able to do about it. President Trump. And then he continued on. Blind, so it's easy. Tucker is a low IQ person. Always easy to be highly overrated, so our Megan, Tucker, Candace, really dumb and mentally ill. And bankrupt Alex Jones, who's completely fried. There are others also. Then we have some that are very good, true MAGA all the way and smart. I should do a list of good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't that be fascinating? President Trump. I mean, I would read it. Okay, so here's the thing. All of this fifth columnist nonsense that's being pushed by Iran, as we'll discuss in just a second, is having no impact with regard to President Trump's approval rating, particularly among his chief constituents. In fact, as Harry Ensign at CNN points out, one of the reasons why Republicans may actually outperform low expectations in midterms is because the group most likely to vote is still holding steady with Trump.
Senator Collins supports and advocates for cancer research so that cancer survivors live better lives.
I love when our customers say, V is for me, because that's why we're here, to make sure every car is safe,
And to make sure that everything is clear for you and easy to understand.
to make sure you drive away knowing
You made the right choice.
That's why more Mainers say, Lee is for me.
I'm so hungry. Auntie?
President Trump is more than holding his own amongst a very large portion of the electorate, a very reliable voting bloc, and that is senior citizens. Take a look here, okay? Trump's approval rating age 65 plus. In March of 2025, 46%. Look at where it is now. It's basically the same. Seniors have not moved. He's at 44% now. And the key nugget here is, for all this talk about young people in the electorate, such as myself, or at least I like to include myself in that block, it turns out that older voters, senior citizens, vote in far larger numbers. So Republicans look at this number and they say, hey, you know what, we can actually potentially do some real damage, or at least hold our own in the midterms, because President Trump is holding his own with this very important voting bloc.
Okay, so, again, all the talk about Trump is he's totally fried, he's cooked. Not true, okay, but what's actually happening here? So, our reporter Cassia Akiva, she's a foreign affairs reporter here at the Daily Wire, has a fascinating piece. Data has been provided by Network Contagion Research Institute and shared with us at the Daily Wire. And here's what they show. Creative content, including everything from Lego-style war videos to Jeffrey Epstein cast as the devil manipulating Trump into war, pushed across more than 70 accounts, reaching over 1.1 million followers. They are leveraging the algorithm to attack the United States, President Trump, and Israel, and doing so effectively. Before Operation Epic Fury, many of these Iranian embassy accounts posted sparingly, often fewer than 10 times a day. Then, a switch flipped. Data from 69 of the accounts shows a clear surge to between 50 and 200 posts per day, flooding feeds with a non-stop stream of content, according to data compiled by the NCRI. Here is a graph. You can see the daily tweet volume. Look at that gigantic spike that happens at the beginning of the war. The beginning of the war happens, and boom, it just jumps. It just jumps. Because they are creating an echo chamber in order to take advantage of the algorithm. And you can do this. If you have a bunch of accounts that are all retweeting each other and promoting each other and saying the same thing, you end up with a gigantic spike in particular narratives. Look at the massive spike beginning with the war in the Iranian embassy accounts, weekly keyword mentions of Trump, Israel, or the United States. Look at that gigantic spike. An analysis of 18,246 tweets shows a spike in mentions of those topics beginning in early March. And again, that is juicing the algorithm. Well, joining us on the line is Cassie Akiva, our foreign affairs reporter. Cassie, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So, what you're reporting here really does explain this vast gap between, for example, Republican public opinion as taken by every single poll during the course of this war, and the notion that you are definitely receiving when you go on X, that 90% of Republicans, people on the right, are somehow opposing President Trump. And it does have a bleed-over effect. Can you explain what's going on here?
Right, so first we heard for years the Iranian bots, right? There was this whole conspiracy that actually quite true, that there were so many Iranian accounts based in Iran, anonymous, pushing propaganda. Well, Iran has taken a new approach where they are being blatant about it. They're being out there with it. And they're using what we're calling propaganda slop, or slopaganda, which is using AI to create really low quality, low cost content, and they're pushing it out there, and a lot of them are actually quite funny, and they're going viral in American audiences, and that's because they're weaponizing AI. If you had to make this content before AI, it costs a lot of money and it would take a lot of time. But now what they're doing is they're tapping into what's going on in American domestic conversations, and they're pushing it. So when President Trump posted that picture of himself as Jesus, or he says he was a doctor, they tapped into that, and they've made hundreds of pieces of content based off of that. So they're listening to us, and they're trying to get into our ecosystem, and it's working.
So when you say that it's working, obviously the amount of material that is now replete on social media is really, really high. What sort of effect do we think that's actually having in terms of bleed over? Because I remember when I was much younger, I would talk about the radicalism on college campuses, and people would say, well, people in the real world don't believe that. Pretty soon, a lot of people in the real world started to believe that sort of nonsense. What kind of bleed over effect is this having in terms of public opinion on the war, for example?
Right. If I called my grandfather or my sister who's not political, I doubt they would refer to the Iranian embassy account. What they're doing is they're weaponizing, I would say, the conservative media apparatus. I mean, they're going into the podcast wars, as you call them. So they're really trying to make this content go viral, and they are. And the way they're operating is like an influencer network. This is how conservative influencers, left-wing influencers operate in America. They have group chats, they share things, they interact with each other, and that's how you game the system. And they're doing this. These accounts are not operating like embassy accounts. Before the war, they were. They posed embassy advisory, they talk about the country they're in. Now they're posting in, and they're talking to each other. I also include an article that they fight with people on Twitter. They'll call people dirty dogs, random Twitter users. They're operating like teenage boys. If I saw these accounts and didn't see the names, I would think they're, some mean lord on the internet. So they're definitely tapping into American culture, and I do think it's having a blooper effect with maybe some young people who are very online.
Well, Cassie Akiva, really appreciate the time and the insight. It's a great report. Check it out over at Daily Wire. Again, you're only going to get great reporting like that from the Daily Wire when you become a subscriber. The reality is that we do an awful lot of investigative work. Cassie is one of those reporters. Cassie, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
All right, well, meanwhile, the Democrats continue to push forward massive taxation policies. So yesterday we discussed the smarmy mayor of New York, our smarmy socialist friend, who did an entire video celebrating tax day, which, again, it's such a weird thing. Tax day is bad. No one likes paying their taxes. It's like going to somebody's funeral being like, happy funeral day! But that's exactly what Mamdani did. You liked that guy dead, didn't you? Happy funeral day. Happy tax day. We're going to go after those guys over there. Well, President Trump had some word for Zoran Mamdani yesterday while he was in Las Vegas.
New York, I mean, he's a nice guy. Calls me all the time, says hi. But his policies are no good. He's chasing people out and causing a lot of harm to everybody. Everybody's taxes are going through the roof.
I mean, he's not, in fact, a nice guy. I mean, he may be nice to his friends, but I'm not sure what relevance that has to the fact that he's trying to literally target the earners in his city. Meanwhile, Zoran Mamdani is saying that democratic socialism can flourish anywhere. It can flourish literally anywhere. I mean, it's doing great work all across the country in blue cities. Except for, like, all of the blue cities. They're not doing amazing right now. Here's Mamdani.
I'll be honest with you. Before I was the mayor, I was an assembly member of Astoria in Long Island City. At that time, I was told that you could only be a Democratic Socialist in Northwest Queens. Then I became the mayor. Now the next question is the state. Then it'll be the next question will be the country. I think that this is a politics that can flourish anywhere. Because frankly, there is only one majority in this country, that's the working class. And it's time we have a politics that puts them at the heart of what it is that we're pursuing and not as part of the appendix.
I mean, I am sure that politics can flourish anywhere because envy lies in every human heart. It's not that hard to find people who want to do class warfare has been an issue for literally all human existence on planet Earth. So, that means that Democrats are very excited to push their brand of taxes. The Philadelphia mayor, a woman named Sherelle Parker, things are going really, really well in Philadelphia. I'm being sarcastic. They're going really poorly. She is now reiterating her plan to tax $1 per ride in Philadelphia for ride shares, for Uber and Lyft. Which, again, is a regressive tax because many of the people who are using ride shares are people who don't own cars. They're not exactly loaded. And then she says, you don't get to tell me how to tax you. I mean, we literally do in the United States get to tell our politicians how to tax us. In fact, some might say we fought a revolution in order to be able to tell our politicians how to tax us. But I guess back to the Brits. Here we go.
We are open for business here. But how dare you tell me, as mayor of this city, to tell the people in this city that we cannot and should not enact what is one of the most limited powers that we have, and that is to decide how we will drive revenue to the school district of Philadelphia.
How dare you tell her how to tax you? I mean, she's the queen of Philadelphia, apparently. But meanwhile, this sort of nonsense is being pushed everywhere. California is about to just shoot itself directly in the face with regard to its own economy. They're pushing a wealth tax, which is insane. It's a 5% wealth tax, a tax on all wealth, meaning like unrealized capital gains. Like you own a company and you haven't cashed out of your company and they just tax you on the value of your company. So you could easily be paying more every year in taxes than you actually make from a company if you are a stockholder in your own small company, for example. As Stephen Moore points out in the New York Post, if California were to adopt that 5% wealth tax, California would overnight become the least competitive state in America. And people are already fleeing. And I'm talking to Californians all the time, and there's a reason the real estate market in luxury real estate in Miami is just booming right now. And then, my favorite part about this is that Democrats then try to claim that fiscal responsibility is the thing they care about. Guys, for Democrats, the point is the tax. It is not what they spend the money on. They want to spend money on everything. There are no limits to what they want to spend money on. No limits. But it's not because they want to take money in order to spend it. They want to take money in order to take it, and the spending is the excuse for the taking of the money. That is the real thing here, which is why, for example, Chris Rufo, Senior Fellow and Director of the Initiative on Critical Race Theory at Manhattan Institute and contributing editor at City Journal, has now uncovered the fact, along with other reporters at Manhattan Institute, that illegal immigrant Californians are now being given sex change surgeries on the taxpayer dime. And by the way, this is being touted by the office of Gavin Newsom. Quote, undocumented Californians don't get special treatment. Everyone on Medi-Cal gets the same access to care. If you're on call California woke for not letting politicians interfere with doctors, or not want to die in the streets and go ahead. I will note here that fiscal responsibility does not come into it because it turns out that Gavin Newsom had to freeze new Medi-Cal enrollments for illegal immigrants because there weren't enough dollars. There wasn't enough money. Chris Rufo joins us on the line right now. Chris, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
It's great to be with you.
So, you keep uncovering stories over at City Journal and in your work that, frankly, I think people just don't believe. I remember during the last presidential cycle, people were saying that Kamala Harris wanted sex changes for illegal immigrants, and the entire media was like, that's nonsense. That can't be true. And it was absolutely 100% true. And now we're proving that it's true, and now California, I mean, points to do some honesty, I guess, and saying this is a good thing. What are you uncovering out there?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very clear instance of that pattern on the left, especially in these blue states, where they say, no, that's not happening, and then after a short period of time, they say, yes, it is happening, and it's a good thing. And in this case, all we had to do was go to a number of homeless shelters in San Francisco on the ground and talk to people who told us, these trans migrants said directly to us, we came from Honduras, we came from Mexico, we crossed over the border illegally, because we knew that we could get free hormones, free breast implants, and free genital surgeries from the state Medi-Cal program. We have them on the record. We have all sorts of corroborating evidence from documents within California's healthcare system, and it was apparently the evidence was so overwhelming that Gavin Newsom had no choice but to admit that it was happening.
Yeah, so, Chris, one of the things that's amazing about all of this is that you would imagine that if you were, let's say, a Democratic legislator or governor, that you would want to show people that your use of taxpayer dollars is actually good. That's what justifies the tax. But it seems like, in the same way that Democrats in the 90s left behind safe, legal, and rare with regard to abortion, and now it's just shout your abortion, it seems like they left behind the entire logic that they used to use with regard to taxes. I'm old enough to remember when Democrats made the argument that you need tax dollars in order to pay for critical services. And now it seems that they just make the argument that tax dollars are in and of themselves an inherent good. That's the only way that I can explain their willingness to embrace every crazy cause for tax dollar use, and also, by the way, to try to bar investigations into fraud. I mean, the California government right now is considering an act that is designed to outlaw the sharing of photo or personal data of healthcare providers and various welfare providers on the internet, because they're afraid that people might actually call into question, for example, all these people getting subsidies from the state government. Again, if you're a fan of spending taxpayer dollars, shouldn't you want to oppose fraud? But I guess that they don't oppose. The fraud is the point, in fact.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and you put it very, very, very brilliantly. And look, we've moved away from Bill Clinton. The era of big government is over, into an era of totalizing and ideological government. And the other key distinction that I'm seeing in California is that they can't build overpasses, they can't build bridges, they can't reduce the price of electricity, they can't actually deliver any of those critical infrastructural services. But what they can do is all of these ideological programs, sending money to NGOs, sending money to academics, sending money to transgender doctors. And so the culminating symbol of governance by California is the bullet train to nowhere that never materialized, versus transgender sex change surgeries for illegal migrants. This is Gavin Newsom's ultimate legacy. He can't deliver the goods, but he can deliver ideological spoils to his friends and allies within the state.
Chris, as somebody who ran away from California with my company and with large swaths of my family, it seems to me that basically California is now in a death spiral. And I know there's a lot of enthusiasm about the possibility that maybe through the bizarreness of the open primary system in California, maybe a Republican suddenly gets elected to the governorship. Even if that were to happen, he'd face down a Democratic super legislature, so a supermajority in the legislature, so it wouldn't matter a lot. Do you see any possibility that places like California reverse themselves, or at this point, have they basically hit critical mass, they've alienated everyone who earns, and now they are in a full-scale death spiral because they've committed so many people in California that, again, the point is removing money from the people who earn. The point is not how you spend the money.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm always optimistic. Like you, I was born and raised in California. I love the state. It's the most beautiful place on earth. But it's going to be very difficult. And the reason it's difficult, and this plays into the whole fraud story, is that all of this money, including billions of dollars in fraud, somehow trickles into the coffers of the labor unions, which spend about $1 billion a year on political activities, supporting campaigns, supporting these political movements. And so California's kind of opposition needs to get very smart and launch a series of ballot measures to take money out of the hands of those unions, those NGOs, those publicly subsidized organizations that right now have a stranglehold on the state. It's going to be hard, but I think California's productive class is starting to wake up. If they don't make significant changes right now, if they don't challenge the one-party power structure within the state, it's going to be very hard going in the future.
Well, that's Chris Rufo. He, of course, is Senior Fellow and Director of the Initiative on Critical Race Theory at Manhattan Institute and contributing editor of City Journal. Go check out all of his work. It's always excellent. Chris, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, speaking of the nonsense promoted by Democrats on these sorts of matters, it is always amusing to me when Democrats suddenly become fiscal conservatives, but only for things like aggressive action against our evil, tyrannical opponents. So it's always very funny to me when Democrats who will spend money on transgender sex surgeries for illegal immigrants, they're like, we have to cut the military spending. That's the thing. It's, every dollar that's being spent to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is a dollar that could be spent cutting the penis off an illegal immigrant. You guys are brilliant. Here's Hakeem Jeffries doing this routine yesterday.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
In the midst of an ongoing war of choice in the Middle East that is reckless and costly, where billions of dollars are being spent every day, while Republicans are unwilling to spend a dime to make life more affordable for the American people.
So again, this idea that he is determined to make life affordable for the American people, blue cities raise costs. And one of the great lies in American politics is the idea that it is America's military that is our chief cost. That's not true. Even if you include all indirect costs to the federal government of all military spending, wars, Veterans Affairs, DHS anti-terror efforts since 2000 over the last quarter century, that number pencils out to somewhere between $8 and $10 trillion. How about just social welfare spending? Again, that doesn't include state level, just federal social welfare spending. $60 trillion. 60 trillion. But of course, Democrats believe that all of that is the stuff that's justified, not the collective defense, which is the reason you institute a government in the first place. All right, coming up, we'll jump into your questions. Remember, you have to be a subscriber to have those questions answered. Become a member. Use code Shapiro at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click the link in the description and join us.
Isn't made for a moment, but for the years that follow. Time passes, Lionel stays. With you, every season. Lima 1 Plus Robotic Mower.
the nerve of this village idiot to actually insert himself as playing some sort of a key role in the conflict and ceasefire. Have a look at his latest propaganda montage. Labour is trying to portray him as some sort of international man of mystery, international statesman. And so, first he says that the Iran war is not our war. Remember, he repeated that multiple times. Then he hops on a flight to Saudi Arabia. As soon as a ceasefire is reached by Donald Trump, he puts out that propaganda, takes the time out to pose for a photo during his golf tour. Seriously. And then bizarrely, takes all the credit.
Well, we've just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome. I think there'll be a sense of real relief, certainly across the region.
Who is this we that he speaks of? We. He did nothing. Okay, he is about as useful as a useful idiot. As someone pointed out on social media, Keir Starmer's assistant in the Strait of Hormuz is akin to this. Joining me now is Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie Gamari. Goldie, good to have you on the show. I mean, what on earth is this weak and hopeless UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer doing? What input has he had into the war?
Well, he's had absolutely no input. Him and his disastrous government policies have basically made the UK
sickening. You think they're going to address the facts soon? I sure hope so. One can only hope and pray, you know? Well, thank goodness. I mean, when you see so many good people are doing just that, it gives you hope, but then it makes you sad because then you see them being attacked. And throughout the years, that's what, you know, a lot of people will take themselves out because it brings on guilt. They almost feel as though if they pull themselves out of the equation, it will eliminate others from suffering and being targeted, you know what I mean? Right, so we've seen that happen so many times. Remember the private investigator in 2009? So there were many who came before and after him, and those similar kind of awareness spots that we literally witnessed disappear, kill themselves, die in freak accidents or overdoses. So seeing so many other people that are aware helps us to be strong and not snap and do what most people very much say they would do, considering the facts. And then when you see so many people don't even want to look at the facts, that's what you should be worried about. You right there. Yeah, you should be worried about trying to get the fucking locals and the people in these communities to wake the fuck up and pull their heads out of their asses and acknowledge the facts and concerns. It's fucking ridiculous, disgusting, and disturbing. We're right here if you have any questions, comments, or concerns or suggestions as to how we can help our children without breaking the law. And I guess we're doing just that. What we're doing is the best and the highest we have without breaking the law and using violence. Eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth stuff, as we should. We shouldn't? No, we shouldn't. You're right. We shouldn't. We should? I feel like Pluto. I should. Where's my daisy? I shouldn't. I should. What are you talking about? Oh, and Papa, he's saying she loves me. Because he needs me, he needs me.
next piece about the people.
Yeah, I sure hope so. It's pretty bad. Yeah, no, just the reality, you know, of it's what those kids are going through, and the hostages, and the innocent people that don't have a voice and can help themselves. And then those that do have a voice who are being silenced and put into submission. You have so many people that have been cast off as being well taken care of, and conspiracy theorists. And when you connect the dots in these communities of those that have been given those kind of stereotypical labels handed right from the horses' mouths that they've been talking about, who have been creating a lot of issues within those systems. Yeah, it's not that hard. They put that together over 15 years ago. People have been trying to bring awareness to that. It's horrific. It's been absolutely traumatizing to a lot of us for a long time. But it's also made a lot of us stronger in a lot of ways, and for that we are very aware and grateful. Right? I mean, you have to be, you know, grab a hold of the things that you can be grateful and positive about. You know? Yeah, it's not always easy for everybody that's not so that is actually, you know, so well taken care of in those kind of scenarios. What, us? Oh yeah, you see, no, we're not included in that. Yeah, we're A-okay. I mean, as far as those kind of basic needs and stuff go, we're more than well taken care of. Yeah, see, you can have all the money in the world. You can't fix stupid. Okay, you can't get people to pull their heads out of their asses to get them to pull over and not put other people in danger. They don't care. They're not pulling over, as you can see. And if you can get them to pull over, even when you get guys like that with guns saying, "Show me your hands," even they have a hard time sometimes. Right, so we're dealing with high-speed chases, the unspeakable, untouchable, in the dark, right in your face. Yeah, we've been explaining that for quite a few many years now. You should be concerned about the children that have been getting fucked and tortured while you all play your fucking games. I know people don't want to look at it, and you say the longer you let it go, the harder it is for people to look at. Because when you get it and you see these situations, you go, oh, so you should be doing what you can to speak out for that instead of continuing to try to fucking keep it quiet and ignore it like it's not there, you fucking douchebags. Right. Hopefully. I sure hope so. Yes, thank you. It was just like dove towards her. You always said it at the same time. That was stupid. All I'm saying is, yeah, grabbing for their weapon like that. Right, but luckily, I mean, they're all there. They were aware it was his taser. They were able to.
For assault and battery with a deadly weapon. When a situation spilled into public view, witnesses reported seeing the victim hanging out of a moving Jeep, screaming for help. Officers quickly located the vehicle and initiated a pursuit, reaching speeds of over 100 miles per hour through the city streets. Despite the danger, officers were able to bring the vehicle to a stop and take Sanders into custody after a brief foot pursuit and a physical struggle. The victim was able to escape and get to safety. Sanders now faces multiple charges, including kidnapping, domestic assault and battery by strangulation, attempting carjacking, felony eluding, and interfering with an officer. This case is a powerful reminder of how quickly situations can escalate and how critical it is to stay aware of your surroundings and have a plan when something doesn't feel right. If you have any questions on the case, put it in the comments. Either I or a fan will help answer it for you. Coming up next is the latest song I wrote for this case. I'm trying a new vibe and I hope you like it. Last week I dropped the first album of 10 songs and more are on the way. If you like the way I present cases or my song, click the like button and share this video with all your friends. What state should we do next? Put it in the comments. Hit like, share it, and subscribe. That way my videos pop up right in your feed. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you on the next one.
I'm still clean like Lily, sort of.
But that's just me. I've seen too many fools play out scenes from
Yeah, big time.
that brings me to something you can do in a flash. React to something you've seen from your past. Options are endless, they are stupendous. My point is with me. I've seen the nitty-gritty from the inner city, but don't get it twisted, I'm still clean like a lily, sort of.
I like the beat track.
I'm here in Charlotte since the start of Trump's war of choice. It's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods that are being transported on those semis. We've got a president who is paying more attention to what he thinks is in his best political interest and personal interest as opposed to what is in the best interest of working people in America.
The Iranian foreign minister, who seems to be really the guy in charge.
Are they making a joke of it, like to see who can go out there the most fucked up and say the most dumbest shit? And it just kind of, okay.
The passage for all
applaud.
The Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open.
Many will
for the
boo you.
remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route
Those
as
Trump
already announced by
lovers.
Ports and Maritime Organization of the
It's
Islamic
insane. It's so
Republic of
stupid.
Iran.
I can't even believe they're actually putting on such a
You know, the
display.
lies, you know, he perpetuates lies. I mean, you know, none of
his reality is grounded in truth. I mean, we're in a situation now where he's made a bad situation even worse. I mean, what is the objective now? Was it regime change? Because that's not happened. Was it the nuclear weapons? Because we're not even talking
Shut
about
it
that
up
anymore.
right
Somehow
now.
we're-
Right then
somehow
and
we're
there.
just
We cannot waste any more valuable airtime listening to this fucking childish, stupid bullshit.
That J.D. Vance flew to Pakistan to negotiate with the Iranians? No, are you saying that was a lie? Was that a
No,
fabricated
for
lie?
real though. I'm being fucking
You were about
serious.
to negotiate it?
I'm not sure what we're defining as negotiation.
It's insane.
Not have nuclear weapons.
It's really fucking stupid. You're literally in fucking junior high
The plan that Obama
discussing
It'll have nuclear
what
weapons.
drinks you should have in the freaking vending machine.
There's incredible implications. We're in an global energy crisis. Gasoline's up. We're in a situation now where we've never, yes we are, and never in our nation's history.
Also
have we
very
had
important.
Such high distrust from our allies and our foes alike. We're in a bind with no sort of clarity on where this thing is headed. And so that's the major concern, is that who knows what to believe and who knows what's next with this.
I find it incredible that you're doubting that you stand, or that we're actively engaged in diplomacy right now. The bottom line is this: we have a goal. We have a goal. We have a goal. They're not going to have nuclear weapons, and the blockade is working. And we're costing them hundreds of millions of dollars a day.
And we're also costing the American people hundreds of millions of dollars every day. I paid $6 for gas just yesterday.
Were you in California?
No, I was here in D.C. I was in Virginia.
Oh, another blue area.
No, I was in Virginia.
Congrats. A blue area.
The fact of the matter is, you probably were born around the same time as 9/11 as I was. Our entire life, most of our lives, our country has been at wars in the Middle East that have gotten us nowhere but more in debt. And if young Americans continue to feel left behind more and more because we're dragged into a war that we didn't need to have to be in the first place, and anybody with an elementary school understanding of foreign policy could have told you the Strait of Hormuz was going to get shut down, and that is exactly.
And who controls it right now? Who controls
how higher gas prices so high then?
Yeah, I think they've been trying to hybrid a lot of those. Yeah, like when you see like gas prices all of a sudden go up, it's like a domino effect because they all kind of get a fall in line and raise or drop the prices or something. Because I mean, when you have a certain, like different companies franchise, they can mark certain things for whatever they want, right? There are some things that has a cap.
They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day, and they will not advertise tomorrow. This country that is going up.
Yeah.
This needs to be something we can. They don't need a nuclear weapon. Name me one time that a country has been successfully, through an aerial campaign, bombed into a democratic transition.
Yeah, and I'll throw history. They'll raise it, and I'll go, because Trump, or because of this president, or that president. They'll blame it on something, and it's always political.
By foreign outside people and other groups, especially from the West, coming in and enforcing regime change. As terrible as the regime is, they've been the same regime for 50 years. And you know why we got to this place? It's because of the CIA.
Yeah, it doesn't really happen too much. I mean, if you see a place doing it, don't go there. There's so many other options. Get a life.
That they're taking the nuclear weapons, the nuclear dust from Iran.
Don't make their day and make a scene. One of the main reasons they do
That's
it.
why we went over there in the first place, because they were enriching uranium, and we can't allow them to have a bomb. Everyone was doing all that help in the country. You know, I was one of the ones. You know, I was kind of mad. I was like, why are we in a conflict, risking our soldiers' lives? But if this is a victory for the United States, that our enemies don't get nuclear weapons, that's what it is, man. That's what it is, to win. I'm gonna clap my hands, you know. All right, guys. So the bottom line and the conclusion of where we're at, we have the upper hand. Our military strikes have weakened Iran. That we've got the Strait of Hormuz reopened. It shows that the pressure that we put on them has officially worked. Iran is talking concessions. Oil prices are dropping, and that's the good news. But it's not over. It's not over. This is a real win for Trump, and it will be a good, strong, lasting deal if we can prevent Iran from ever getting a nuke without another long war in the Middle East. And Trump is optimistic that that's coming, but things can still break down. But in the short, Trump is winning on his points. The momentum is with us. We just got to get the things signed, sealed, and delivered. But this is not a total win, but it's flipping in our favor. So everyone that was saying that, no, Iran's making the U.S. lose, we're losing, we're totally lost, you're an idiot.
Right before the Strait was open, you know, Trump has been complaining how the UK has not done and how NATO has not done anything to help the US. Right before the Strait was open, the UK Prime Minister said, oh, we're going to go help.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We just had a very productive meeting, bringing together 49 countries around a very simple message and proposition that the world needs to Strait of Hormuz fully open, because that is how we keep prices down for our people. This is the third world economic challenge. So we've all agreed there was real unity in the meeting that we just had. We want to see a return to talks and a lasting agreement, including the reopening of the strait.
Trump says the USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will work separately with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon anymore. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. China buys most of Iran's oil. 80 to 90% of what Iran exports goes to China. During the closure and disruptions, Iran sold this oil to China at big discounts, sometimes $8 cheaper per barrel. Chinese refineries love these cheap barrels because they made bigger profits. But now that the strait is fully open again, Iran cannot control who gets or charges extra for the tolls. Discounts disappear, and China has to pay closer to normal global prices. China did lose big time.
So when in doubt, we gotta trust Trump. It's no way during this full term that we cannot trust Trump no more, guys. This right here is huge. We could have gotten war with China and Iran. We could have gotten war with a lot of different countries behind these moves that we're making. With Venezuela, with the Middle East. And now he's also telling Israel, y'all stop bombing Lebanon.
Y'all prohibited.
Like, man, he put his foot down, y'all.
Prohibited.
He put his foot down.
Because Israel's trying to keep bombing them and fucking up the ceasefire. They said, nah, y'all not gonna tell what to do. Trump said, all right, we gonna tell you what to do.
And we got Democrats out here campaigning off the oil prices. Oh, Trump got the oil prices like this. Kamala going to
usually it's like the forces in those areas that are retaliating. Like here when they get upset when you try to talk about certain things. It's the same criminal networks when you look at it. It's the same connections. And they just are trying to keep the house of cards from crumbling because it disrupts the chain flow of a lot of people who depend on those markets for different reasons and have nothing to do with a lot of, the abuse and bullshit that goes on. And as you can see, it's really all connected.
So let us know what y'all think. This is a huge W.
Chevy trucks are as dependable.
Yeah, we try to bypass a lot of those personal things and just get right to trying to get people to acknowledge reality. That's been pretty difficult. Oh, jeez.
Thank you. A sudden move to fire the Riviera Beach city manager has shocked residents and raised a big question. Why? Our investigative reporter Terry Parker has been digging into that question and uncovering a possible reason.
Tiffany, the recently suspended assistant fire chief under fire for a deadly canal rescue now has supporters pushing for him to take over the department. This is what we're finding. It all comes down to timing. I've learned the current fire chief is set to retire in May, which means a replacement will be chosen very soon. And now I've uncovered questions about whether this sudden push to remove the city manager could open the door for Assistant Chief Golden to get that job. At a recent meeting, Councilman Bruce Guyton made a surprise motion to fire City Manager Jonathan Evans months before his contract ends. That move comes just weeks before the fire chief steps down. Golden is the man at the center of a West WPDF firefighters investigation into a failed canal rescue that left a man dead. He was later suspended and placed on a performance improvement plan. Now the firefighters union says it's hearing concerns about what may be happening behind the scenes.
We found out that the council's plan was to get rid of Jonathan Evans as a city manager so that they could put Keith Golden in as the new fire chief.
Evans is the administrator who suspended Golden, and sources say he might not support him as fire chief. But with Evans gone before the new chief is selected, the path could open up for Golden, which the union president says would be disastrous. Coming up at 6, hear which powerful city player supports Golden becoming chief and what Golden himself had to say when I contacted him. Terry Parker, WPBF 25 News.
South Atlantic Avenue, Florida tag 1A, Delta India, Echo Alpha, white Chevy, unknown. Can I get a second unit? Central 12F. Alright, now it looks like we're going to be stopping Bellmead and South Atlantic Avenue.
Shut the vehicle off! Okay. Driver! Show me your hands! Jackson, you have eyes?
Yes, sir, I do. She got her hands out. I can't see the back seat. It's got tinted.
Get the driver out.
Hey, ma'am, lift your hand. Sir, whoever's in the back seat, let me see your hands now. Just you? All right. With your left hand, reach out, open the door. Keep your hands where we can see them, please. Step out of the vehicle. Turn around. Walk backwards towards my voice. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Stop right there.
Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get your knees.
Put your hands behind your back.
4 Bravo 10 Central, female 1015, 0
Hey, sorry, let me clear the car. Okay. Back seat clear. All right, we're going for it. Oh, yeah.
What's your name?
Trunk up and open. Trunk up and open.
Now read something real quick. I'm Sergeant Mike, Daytona Beach, Georgia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to the attorney and have him or her with you now or any time during questioning. Being not for an attorney won't be appointed to represent you. If any time you wish to stop talking, I'm the attorney present. All questions will stop at your request. Do you understand these rights? With these rights in mind, you willing to talk to me? Yes or no?
I'm trying to see what I have pulled over.
That's what I want to talk about, but I gotta see if you're willing to talk to me about it or not.
Yeah, you can talk to me.
Okay. Why wouldn't you pull over?
Oh, because, we was in traffic and I was scared. And I just came back from my interview, my job interview.
I was following you for blocks with lights and sirens to put on the brakes and then keep going.
Yeah, man.
We went for blocks. You knew I was behind you. You kept the knowledge.
What's up? Bye.
I knew you were behind me, but I didn't want to just stop at traffic, so I just came so I could pull over.
So you were going 50 miles an hour with me behind you with your lights and sirens. You weren't even slowing down. Why were you going 80 to begin with, which is why I stopped you? Where's your ID at? Hang on, that's right. Oh, yes. Ma'am, is this your vehicle? Your girlfriend, what's her name? What's your last name?
What's the name of your friend? Huh? What's the name of your friend that owns the vehicle? Oh, my name is Akira Caddison.
Does she know you have?
It's my girlfriend, yes.
She knows you have.
I was leaving on my driving and I was trying to get back home because I got a phone call at home. That's all I was thinking. But I tried to pull over because I didn't stop in traffic. That's why I didn't pull over, so I pulled up here.
You know, I first tried to stop you like well over a mile down the road.
Yeah, I didn't see nobody behind me.
Ma'am, is this your firearm? Is this your firearm?
That's my girlfriend.
It's your girlfriend's gun?
Yes.
Does she know that you have it? I got it, sir. Right here.
No, that's not. It's in my,
Oh, that's why she's not stopping. How long have you been suspended?
No, my driver's license is in my purse.
That's where I got that from now. Is this you?
Yes, but that's not. I have another.
You said the gold purse, right?
Yes.
And it was in here, right? Or you have a learner's permit. So who's your licensed driver to ride with you? Were they with you earlier at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to go to work.
Where was that?
Walker Street in Holly Hill.
In Holly Hill? So you drove all the way from Holly Hill here?
No, I looked at it, told me, but I dropped her off and I went to my interview. I went this way to go to my interview.
But you didn't have a licensed driver with you to come to your interview? Where's your interview? All right, sir. Here you go. This is our other one. She has a learner's permit. But I don't know if that's going to be a valid license. Yeah, that's fine. We have 12F reckless driving charges. Okay. Okay. Oh, do you want me to grab the firearm, sir, or leave it? Run it. Okay. Will do.
got your phone on you, sir? You got your phone? Go ahead and take a picture. Well, here, let me get it. Come back here. Grab a picture of it there.
Right there?
Cool. Yep. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, grab a picture of the plate too. Of the plate. Great. I think the serial number here it is. There's like a picture of serial number.
That's her. That's her. That's how. She probably forgot it was in
What's in your possession?
Nothing in the chamber.
Do we have any narcotic? No. Well, do a thorough inventory of the rest of the car. We'll go from there.
I got envelopes already.
Okay, if we have anything. Any other guns, drugs, anything like that in the car?
We'll put it on the curb over here. Let's stay down. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, up. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
See what I do with this.
You got the concussion first and at 869 Whippoorwill. Is that better?
I don't have. Did you order it? I ordered a CH. For CH is clear. Have you ever been arrested for anything?
I did unload the gun. The magazine is in it, but no rounds are in the magazine, and the gun is empty. Okay.
Alright, so you're getting charged with reckless driving, fleeing and eluding a police officer with lights and sirens activated, and carrying a concealed firearm, alright? Whether you agree with it or not, that's what's happening. A female officer's coming to search you, and then you'll be going to our station, okay?
Okay, what can I call?
You can make calls when you get out to the Volusia County Branch Jail.
So, on my phone, my purse.
Where's your phone at?
My phone and my purse or something's in her phone.
If you want your phone, we'll get you your phone. They only let us take certain things out there, so we'll have your ID.
Yeah, you can leave everything else. I just want my phone.
Okay, we'll get your phone. And you said it's in your purse? Yeah, but your phone's in the purse so it can go with you. There's your phone. That can also go in Officer McDowell's car.
I put the gun in your front seat of your car.
We'll give it to McDowell.
Okay.
Do you have enough to at least get started?
I think so.
And then I'll give you the more specific details. I'll write the tickets, and we'll go get my EMG fingerprints. Any questions for me right now?
Get your fingerprints?
I have to go get. I was on the way to get fingerprints.
Where's that at?
Basically northern.
Yeah. I think I got it. I think I showed you.
Where's the other thing going? I don't care. As long as something's not burning down. So you guys got the tow, 3 charges. All right, thank you for backing me up. All right, have fun. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Have you ever been arrested before? No? Have you ever been in trouble with the police before? Alright. I know this is probably a little scary for you. I can understand why.
And if they don't, well, the Americans will have to cause chaos in Iran. The reason I say this is because the regime and their supporters are not too happy. Firstly, the situation with the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who posted the post on X earlier saying, yes, we have agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. There was a reaction. We also just got some breaking news that the next US-Iran talks will take place on Monday in Islamabad, Pakistan. So that's breaking news now, Monday. So it's Friday now. 3 days from now, the IRGC will either have to now be forced to sign a surrender deal, or they're just going to walk away and bad things will happen. As I said, at this point, it is in their interest to accept the deal, even though it's not really in their interest. It's a surrender deal, but they don't really have any other option. Going back to Araghchi, Mortaza Mahmoudi said that this is one of the top IRGC guys, said that the foreign minister would have faced impeachment and imprisonment over the announcement he made earlier if it was not during wartime. He accused him of making ill-timed remarks that calmed the global oil and energy markets, because that was the result. The markets, they loved it. And the IRGC don't want the markets to calm down. And President Trump forced the foreign minister to submit, even temporarily. That helped. Having said that, the mayor of Tehran, Alireza Zakani, said the negotiating table was supposed to be a continuation and complement to the battlefield. Just as the principle of negotiation has been under the view of the leader of the revolution, whoever that is, all key decisions must also be made in accordance with His Eminence's strategies and with his approval. He's talking about Mojtaba Khomeini. We don't even know where he is. Apparently we need his approval. He also said, after the foreign minister's tweet, we witnessed Trump's drunken audacity. President Trump, for the record, doesn't drink alcohol, you nutter. If Trump's statements are lies, foreign minister refute them loudly, without hesitation, decisively and swiftly. But if, God forbid, they are true, we must not gift the enemy at the negotiating table and what he failed to seize on the battlefield. In the face of Trump's threats, rely on the brave and engaged people. If America's claims of a naval blockade on Iran is correct, then the ceasefire has been violated. We are in the midst of war, and we must deliver an appropriate response. They don't even know who's in charge. Then this happens. The IRGC members, we got this list of messages. I'm going to translate this. So we're going to start from top left, right? So, I think these developments are actually very positive for Iran's future and for Iranians. The death of Sairadi and others, like commanders and generals, reopen negotiations, giving up on uranium. If you think these are good developments, so what would be considered bad developments? And it said, next one said, my dear, what leadership? Right now they've made Iran into a playground for foreign countries. So what is the role of the leader? What pain does he feel when he has no effect, no film, no photo, no authority? The whole government is in the hands of others. Another one said, we were in the streets every night chanting slogans. Our demands were clear. You stood with the killer leader, that's the other side. If the leader wasn't there, we could have been in a completely different place in the world. Maybe then you would sleep more peacefully and not hear the Zionists in the news every day. And another one said, I feel humiliated. I wish I could die right now. Another one said, I feel like we are approaching the reappearance of God. Humanity has gone too far. And the next one says, these are conditions set by traitors. It has nothing to do with God. Now, in this war, they want to martyr their leadership too, yet they deny the army's responsibility. Why do they keep selling out this country? The next one said, what humiliation! They are martyring the imam, and we are just sitting here watching. Another one said, the blood of the martyrs from the leadership to the Basij forces. What about that? Revenge for all these dear loved ones and dear ones that were lost. What happens to that? Another one says, whatever they can do, they will do. They should not give up the enriched uranium, because that's exactly like Libya. They will attack later. Another one says, pressure from Iran for a ceasefire in Lebanon. He added 20 conditions for a ceasefire. So what did they accept that you're calling it well, the direct translation is a yellow dog, but it's different. Are these people stupid or are you? And another IRGC guy says, it is over for the Islamic Republic. Now it has been proven to everyone that you betrayed the martyrs of the Islamic world. You talk about the leadership's words. Do you even think about the martyrs of Lebanon? Okay. Even the leader's blood means nothing to you. It is extremely hard for me to accept that the reality has become this. You have humiliated the nation and God will not forgive you. That's about the government in Iran and the foreign minister. It gets better. Why reopen negotiations? Those things that Trump says will eventually become reality. They're scared, basically. That's what Trump said earlier when he claimed that the regime have accepted everything. It's gonna happen. They're all scared. They're all terrified. So that was basically the dramatic group chat by the IRGC that are not too happy. At the same time, the Islamic regime continued to show major internal conflict. And, oh yeah, when they said dog, they were talking about Trump, by the way. The direct translation, yellow dog, it's not really yellow dog. Basically, that dog, Trump, that's basically the insult. After Abbas Arashi and President Trump both said that the Strait of Hormuz is open, and then we discovered that, what they meant was the Islamic regime are not allowed to blockade, but the US Navy will continue to do the blockade. The IRGC found out what happened. They have openly questioned the government, the officials, and right now the IRGC military are also taking over from the government officials. So after taking over from the clerics and the ayatollahs, now they want to take over from the government. Because they have guns, and Abbas Arashi doesn't have guns. And the stupid president, who nobody cares about. The IRGC, using the state media, have been saying that we should not even talk. We should not even do ceasefire. But the regime in Iran continue to do ceasefire, and they continue to agree to talk. Because they got different factions. One group are going to Pakistan on Monday to talk to the Americans, but the other group don't want to do it. Which means, even if the delegates from Iran accept the deal on Monday, which is highly likely to just surrender the nuclear program, the rest of them are not going to, as we say, ratify the deal. They're going to start killing everybody else. So, it's a lose-lose situation. And I'm hoping that they will sign the deal on Monday, because it's going to be funnier than if they don't sign the deal. But the IRGC officials have now also confirmed to Reuters that no agreement has been reached on the details of the nuclear issue. We will not surrender. I have a feeling you're going to surrender on Monday. Now, Tasnim News from the Islamic Republic, this is the propaganda outlet, have now also tried to take credit for the ceasefire in Lebanon, right? They've been telling people in Iran that the IRGC military were prepared to strike Israel at 8 p.m. local time last night, when the ceasefire was confirmed, or implemented, basically. But then they held off once the ceasefire was implemented in Lebanon. There was no indication that the IRGC military were getting ready to attack Israel last night. We would have known. The Israeli intelligence would have known. The American CIA would have known. They're just talking nonsense. You are not ready to sacrifice the ceasefire just to save Hezbollah. You've just been using them as pawns. You don't even care about Hezbollah at this point. It's just a sacrifice. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have released the latest videos from their operations in Iran.
To build trust with other people, the most important thing is showing up when you say you're going to show up. Somebody did these things for me.
In the north of Iran, during Operation Roaring Lion, the Israeli Defense Forces annihilated, as you can see in these videos, the navy of the IRGC. Now, if they can try to recover from this, well, not literally in terms of the navy being rebuilt, because that's not going to happen anytime soon, but in terms of propaganda, well, that's one thing. The reality is that the Islamic regime in Iran, no, they have no cards. That's why the people who are actually technically in charge, including the government, they have no option but to always say yes to the Americans. And this, the next video that we have for you guys is this one, which is the IDF striking more than 380 Hezbollah targets over the past 24 hours, including operatives, headquarters, and rocket launchers. So the operation in southern Lebanon, until the last few hours, continued as Hezbollah members tried to move around. The IDF identified the threat, and they continue to hit them. At the end of the day, it is now up to the Lebanese government to help. And this is where it gets interesting. The president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, said, "Our goal is the complete liberation of all Lebanese land from Hezbollah, Israeli withdrawal, and the return of the displaced to their homes, and the application of state control to the adventurers who are endangering the fate of Lebanon and the lives of the Lebanese. I say, enough. Only the state project in Lebanon is the strongest, the most enduring, and the safest for everyone," which is a lie. He says, "We are no longer a card in anyone's pockets and an arena for anyone's wars, and we will never be like that again. This negotiation is not weakness, not retreat, and not concession, but a decision stemming from the strength of our belief in our rights, our concern for our people, and our refusal to die for anyone, including Hezbollah. The negotiations do not mean that we will never mean a waiver of any rights, no compromise on any principle, and no violation of state sovereignty." The reason he can be confident about this is because President Trump has basically reassured that he will be supporting them against Hezbollah, so you don't have to wait for the Israeli Defense Forces to come and basically take a chunk of southern Lebanon to do your work. The Lebanese military will now have to be forced to finally do their job, because they have the backing of Trump now, directly, right? If the Lebanese military continues to fail to disarm Hezbollah, well, that means we've gone back to square one and nothing has changed. The Israeli military action in Lebanon has not been enough to completely disarm Hezbollah, because they continue to hide among civilians and they go into tunnels and they keep coming out. The Israelis can't, on their own, finish off Hezbollah in Lebanon. You're gonna need the Lebanese military, but do you actually trust them to be able to do the job? They say they can. And they will, apparently. And they say we don't need the Israelis anymore. We can do it now. I'm not going to hold my breath, President. So we'll wait. Let's see what they're going to do at the end of the day. Okay, so let's quickly check a few things over here. And we're also going to go live to VID in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. A couple of breaking news as well. Obviously, as I said, Monday has now been confirmed. Talks in Islamabad. And the regime in Iran, I can't take that seriously. The whole infighting has been the funniest thing since the ceasefire has started. The ceasefire happened between the foreign forces and the military in Iran, right? But since that ceasefire started, we've had a massive, massive hot war inside the regime. And that continues for a while. Okay. I just hope we won't leave you all out there helpless. Okay. Could you explain the white SIM card bit? Yes, I'm curious about it. Does this enable the regime to monitor regime supporters' calls and texts via the white SIM cards? Could they be a way to find regime loyalists? So you have the white SIM cards. Basically, it allows the ones who have it, which is basically the regime, to be able to bypass the blackout, and they will be able to make phone calls, access the internet, or whatever they want to do. It's just a SIM card. It just allows your device to be able to get access to everything. You can't use that to monitor other people. But yeah, I mean, if you see anybody having access, then you know they are part of the regime. Yeah. Doesn't Starmer realize he's making himself a laughing stock? I don't think it does. He's in a bit of a bubble. That's the problem. When Keir Starmer is forced to step down as Prime Minister, Disney has offered him a starring role in an upcoming movie. Starmer will play Captain Cook. Brilliant. Now, thank you for being there. Well, not there, but yes. If you mean the Middle East. So this is great that they all disagree. And that means the blockade and sanctions will continue, and that the economic crisis will topple them, and their own supporters will abandon. Again, this is a problem, because it's in our interest for them to accept the deal on Monday, but it's also in their interest to accept the deal. This is the first time that it's in the interest of the anti-regime, but also those inside the regime, to accept the deal. Because if they don't accept the deal, it's going to be a complete mess for them, the bloodshed. But for us, the anti-regime elements, if they accept the deal, the suffocation will be much easier to bring them down. If they don't accept the deal, we're going to have to go back to military action and strikes, which is going to take longer time to bring down the regime. President Trump just doubled down again. He's just doubled down. Why is he doing this to them? He's just torturing the regime. He just said, we will bring back. He's making a speech at Turning Point. I'm going to see if we have the live feed. I think we have the live feed, actually. Let's quickly go to the president. Double check if he's still speaking, by the way. He's making a speech at Turning Point. Do we have him? Yeah, we have him.
Find out who the 3%
Hang up. Loudness.
is, because I consider them to be perhaps, or they don't watch television or something. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest investment in border security in the history of our country. And starting my first day in office, we banned the transgender mutilization of our children. And we made it the official policy of the United States of America that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. Could you imagine if I was up here 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, probably 12 years ago, and they said there are only two genders, male and female. People would say, what the hell is he saying that for? Is he crazy? That's got to be the worst speech I've ever heard. Why is he saying that? Or why is he saying that we got men out of women's sports? Can you imagine saying that 15 years ago? 15 years ago, if you said And we got men out of women's sports. The audience would say, what's wrong with that guy? It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. And we eliminated so-called affirmative action in federal contracting and university admissions. If you get great marks and great scores, and your boards are good, everything's good, you're getting in. People can't go before. We have a country now that again is based on merit. That's the way we became great. But we have to win the midterms, and all of these things will stay with us forever. But if we don't win the midterms, I said it during my State of the Union speech when I interviewed and talked to some people backstage. I said, you know, I'd like to have some of these people called out for their greatness. And we gave out, as you know, that night, the Congressional Medal of Honor to a young man who was flying the helicopter with practically his legs shot off. And he landed in Venezuela perfectly with a lot of men on board, like 48. And if that goes down to Venezuela, incredible attack, nobody killed. Hundreds of millions of barrels of oil taken out. The relationship with Venezuela is great. We're working, it's like a great partnership. But if that doesn't happen, we looked at the Democrats. Not one was clapping. Medal of Honor. Then we interviewed a mother, a beautiful mother, whose daughter was slashed from behind by a maniac. She could hardly stand. It was 8 months ago. She could hardly stand, crying uncontrollably. Not one Democrat was clapping. Then we introduced a war hero from 100 years. He was 101 years old. Gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor for his great heroics. Wasn't recognized until I came along. Not one Democrat clapped. Not one Democrat clapped. And now they don't want to pay our border security. And they don't want to pay our great patriots of ICE. You know, ICE is a tough job. You got those murders that they allowed into our country. Think of it. Thousands of murders came into our country. 11,888. 50% of them killed more than one person. These are violent criminals. And ICE is tough. And I don't want that job, and most of you don't either. I have a couple of friends in the front row, and they're tough people, but they're not that tough. They don't want that job. And if we don't have ICE, and if we don't have our great border patrol, and if we don't have our great policemen, and all of these people, they're incredible. They keep our country great. They keep our country safe. And the Democrats want to defund them. They want to defund ICE. They want ICE terminated. And you know, whether you're liberal, conservative, doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, Independent, it's crazy. And I looked at them as we went through about 7 moments when you had to clap, and they didn't. I said, these people are crazy. They're crazy. And you know, I don't know if you noticed, the word was passed to them from people that were watching, I guess, on television, maybe standing backstage. They said, this guy is killing you. Start clapping. And the last half hour, they were clapping for everything I said. They were clapping for everything, things they shouldn't have been clapping for. Because they heard they were getting killed. Just remember that night. That night was a very telling night. And we don't want to go back to that. We don't want open borders where millions of people pour into our country. We want to have safe borders. We want people coming into our country, but they want to come in, and we have to have them come in legally. Very simple. So I signed a historic executive order starting the process of shutting down the Federal Department of Education and sending education back to the states. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon. You know, education back to the States where it should be. You don't want to have a bureaucrat from Washington who couldn't care less about your community, telling you how to educate your child. You have your local boards and your parents groups. One thing I know, you love your children too. I'm sure that they do. But we've largely removed education. Well, we just did it. Just move them back. You know, we're supposed to go through a long process. Thank you, by the way, to Linda McMahon. She's been fantastic. Been fantastic. And we removed over 300,000 bureaucrats from federal payrolls. They had sometimes 10, 11, 12 people to do one job, and they just sit there. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for whatever. But you can't run a country like that. You can't, as the expression goes, has anyone ever heard of it? Make America great again. You can't make America great again when you do that. So we've done that, and you know, many of those people are very happy because right now more people are working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. And many of those people that had these boring, lousy jobs where they weren't even jobs. Federal government, they went out, they got jobs in the private sector because we have the most people working than we've ever had before. And they're making more money and enjoying their job. It's sort of an amazing phenomenon. After decades of other countries stealing our jobs and plundering our wealth, thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, we cut our gaping trade deficit. Now, if you do 1%, you're considered like a genius. If you do 2 or 3%, it's unheard of. We cut it by 59% this year, our trade gap. It's the largest drop of a trade gap. Think of it. It's the largest drop in history, the history of our country. 59%. Can you believe it? So if you're a genius with 1%, and really a super genius at 3, what are you with 59? I don't know. As part of our tax cuts, we delivered, a lot of you benefited by this, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. You know, the great big beautiful bill is really the great big beautiful tax cut bill, but it was also, we gave you the right to deduct your interest payments on a car loan, but only if it's made in the USA. That's been incredible. You never had that right before. And this week, millions of Americans received the largest tax refunds of their lives. The average is more than $4,000 per filer. Think of that. So nobody knew this was going to happen, but now they're getting their refunds back, and they're much larger than I said. In other words, I under-exaggerated, which is good. And in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden, have you heard of him? What a president, what a disaster. But the whole party, it was the party, he didn't run the country. The people surrounding the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, they ran the party. Radical left lunatics. But in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion invested in our country, much less. And in 12 months, so think of it, 4 years. Ours is 12 months, and it's actually 11 because we haven't gotten it last month. So in 11 months versus, think of that, versus 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. In 11 months, we did $18 trillion of new investments coming into our country. And that's a record for any country anywhere in the world by a lot. And the king of Saudi Arabia told me when I was in Saudi Arabia, they invested $2 trillion in our country. But he looked at me and said, you know, Mr. President, a short time ago, we viewed the United States as a dead country. We thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And he's right. The hottest country anywhere in the world. For years before I took office, people thought that America was in decline, that our best days were in the past, and that the sun was setting on American power. But no one thinks that anymore, because we are indeed the strongest, the hottest, the best country anywhere in the world. And you know what? Nobody laughs at us anymore. They were laughing. They thought we were a laughing mess. Under this administration, America is on the march, and America is on the rise like we haven't seen maybe ever before. We're respected again as a country, and we're respected at levels that nobody thought possible. Unlike past leaders, this administration does not apologize for American power. We are not ashamed of American might, and we do not hesitate to defend the American people, which is what we've been doing for the last 2 months, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. For years, we were ruled by fools who let every third-rate country push us around and bleed us dry on trade and everything else they could get away with. They took advantage of us on trade, not any more than that. But those days are over and they're gone forever. America was not founded by weak and timid men who cowered in the face of evil or sat by as danger loomed and let our country go to hell. We are descended from the likes of George Washington, Andrew Jackson, Generals Ulysses S. Grant, Douglas MacArthur, General George Patton. Our ancestors knew exactly what to do with America's enemies. Beat them and beat them good. That's what they had to do. That's what they had to do. And if NATO teaches us any one thing, and I hope you all watched, because they weren't there for us. If it's
but Gemini and Google Meet can translate everything live. It just kind of breaks through all those barriers. It's just magical.
Those who tell you America needs to think small or to shrink from our duties or potential. Most people, they wanted to, this recent situation, they wanted to do it, but they said, oh, let's not get involved. Sometimes you have to get involved. You have no choice but to get involved. If you're going to remain great, sometimes you have to get involved. Remember, I'm the peacemaker. I'm the one that settled 8 wars. I settled a war that would have killed 30 to 50 million people. India, Pakistan. You have to sometimes get involved. We are the inheritors of the most incredible civilization that has ever existed, and our task is to defend it. We have to defend it. Past leaders used our wealth and power to make other countries rich and treated our military like a charity for the world while getting barely a word of thanks in return. Nobody thanks us. They don't say, oh, thank you so much. They don't thank us. They think we're stupid. That's really what it is. They don't thank us. Now, we're using American strength to advance American interests for American citizens and to ensure that we remain the most dominant country on the face of the earth, which we're doing at levels that nobody can believe, actually. Every branch of our armed forces is setting new recruitment records that nobody thought would be possible because everyone wants to be a part of the greatest military the world has ever seen. In January, our warriors flew straight into the heart of the Venezuelan capital, captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and brought him to face American justice, which is what he's doing right now. And very soon, this great strength will also bring about a day, 70 years in waiting. It's called A New Dawn for Cuba. We're going to help them out with Cuba. We have a lot of great Cuban Americans. Not too many people in this audience, I don't think, but you go to Miami, we have people, Cuban Americans, people that were brutally treated, whose families were killed, brutalized, and now watch what happens. Under this governing philosophy, instead of locking down our energy resources and putting ourselves at the mercy of those that hate us, and they hate us, and they don't respect us, but they do now. We are unleashing our own supplies with those really beautiful words. Perhaps you've heard them before. Drill, baby, drill. Right? And because of that, we now produce more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined, and very soon that number will more than double. That's pretty good. In addition, our new partner, Venezuela. Venezuela's been great. They're doing a good job over there. Is adding very substantially to that number. Likewise, instead of using our wealth to throw open our borders and feed, house, clothe, and police the entire world, we're restoring the principle that America's immigration policies must serve the best interests of America and its great citizens. It's called America First. Pretty simple. And we'll help other countries, but we have to view it as America First. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country left. At this moment, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security to shield the world's most heinous and violent criminals from deportation. They want to keep them in our country. They have a murderer, killed many people. They want to keep him in our country. They're fighting very hard to keep him here. There's something, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with these people. They want to protect deranged monsters like the illegal alien from Haiti who recently beat a mother of two to death with a hammer at a Florida gas station for all to see. It was all on tape. You saw it just a week ago. Last month, a migrant criminal with 15 prior charges and 4 prior deportations threw an 83-year-old veteran onto the subway tracks in New York City, killing him instantly as he got run over by a subway train. Threw him in. It's all on tape. Democrats want to protect him. They want to protect criminal aliens. Republicans want to put them in jail or ideally deport them as long as they never come back. And under my leadership, we ended asylum fraud. We ended all catch and release. We stopped third world migration. We suspended all refugee resettlement except for persecuted South Africans. They're being persecuted. In South Africa, there's a very horrible thing going on in South Africa. It's a genocide. It's a horrible thing. And we made it possible for these people to come into our country. They kill people if they're white, if you're a white person. And I'll tell you what, I did great with the black vote, the African American vote, and they understand this better than anybody. South Africa, they kill white farmers. And we said, you come into our country and we let you come in. You get a green card and you get a passport. You can stay in our country. Terrible, terrible. We can't let it go on. No, we don't have to talk about it. People don't like talking about it. You know, New York Times wrote a story about it years ago. That was the only story they ever wrote. Because I'm sure the reporter got fired immediately. But we've deported a record number of criminal aliens. A record, nobody's ever seen the numbers like this. And for the first time in more than 50 years, we now have reverse migration. A beautiful thing, actually. And just imagine where our country would be today if instead of spending trillions of dollars on illegal migrants who come into our country illegally and spending it on the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, remember? Climate change, global warming, all of this. They actually had global warming. Remember that wasn't working because we were actually cooling as a planet. Then they had another one and another one and another one, and they were wrong. And then they just said, climate change, because climate change takes care of heat, snow, whatever you got. But past leaders had used American wealth and power to raise our civilization to brand new heights. This is the choice for every voter. In the midterms, Democrats want to drag America down, destroy our country, put it into crime, poverty, and squalor. Really the squalor of a third world nation. We would have been, if I didn't win this election, within a short period of time, we would have been a third world nation. Hard to believe, isn't it, huh? Republicans want to build America up into a nation with no rivals in human history, to make your family safer and wealthier than ever before. We're making your family safe. We're making you safe. So if you want a poor and weak America, a country that's riddled with crime, death, disease, and nothing but problems, you should immediately vote Democrat. if you want a rich and strong and a country that you're going to be proud of, America, you must go out in the midterms and vote Republican. We need that. And I was going to say that when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, for some reason they lose the midterms often, most of the time. It doesn't make sense. Even if you have a president who's doing a good job, I think
and the people are pushing us out of the bar, so now they're
Break it up. Hey, I'm out here. Mike is a piece of shit. I'm out. Mike is a piece of shit. All right, go for me. Yeah. Just let me get everybody separated real quick. All right, come over here.
Close the door so we can talk.
Yep, close the door.
Wow, what a tweaky club we're in. I just got choked out.
All right, so.
We were just trying to get a drink and we're going to sit outside with our dogs. And they're pushing us out and they're yelling at us like, no dogs allowed. We're like, okay, we're just going to get our drinks. We're going to sit outside. They're like, you're not allowed to do that on our property, blah, blah, blah. And they're yelling at her and they're yelling at him.
Okay.
And we said, okay, we're just going to get a drink and sit outside. That's all.
Listen, service animals are allowed in bar you want to be on.
Right.
That's my dogs.
Okay.
So why the fuck are they? Why?
So
are they being so nasty?
Right. So I don't know. I'll talk to you in just a second. Let me talk to them, okay?
They touched her on the front.
Okay.
Please,
So,
not fair.
how's it going, guys? All friendly?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're great dogs.
All right, you guys mind coming over to this table with me?
Can we say what we are?
Can you come over to this table with me?
I mean, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can. So you don't need for gloves.
Do what?
There's no need for gloves, bud.
I put gloves on every call. You never know when you gotta touch somebody. All right. So what's going on tonight?
Long story short, I don't know.
I've been here. I know the owners of this bar. I know the bartenders normally.
Okay.
So my story, I was standing outside with the dogs, and I seen her get shoved out the door by her throat.
Okay.
It's not fair.
Do you guys both have your IDs on you?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
What do you need it for?
I should call.
No, you don't.
Okay, well, I gotta know who I'm talking to.
I'm Henry. My name is Henry.
Okay. I mean, so, you guys, those are your dogs.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to go in, get a drink.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened from there?
They said, don't go in. Don't go in.
So then we said, okay, we just want to get the drinks and we'll sit out here. And they said, we can't serve you guys.
Okay.
We said, why? We're not going to bring the dogs in. They're fine. They're service animals. They're our friends' dogs. We're just
Okay. Listen, if you have your dog and you go into a bar, I'm not drunk.
Okay.
Neither is my wife.
I'm not saying you are.
What the is going on in Florida? Like, I can't even bring my dog to a bar?
She grabbed me by the neck
and shoved her out the door, and I watched that.
Okay, what were the events leading up to that?
Everyone in
She
class
ran
just
out for a
said
drink.
so many of them.
They said we couldn't have dogs in there.
Kind of
they were
sense, but if
pushing
they
at my
did, they
friend or
wouldn't.
touching.
They'd probably walk away if they
And they
saw.
were pushing my husband.
I got you.
Unfair.
Okay, so
I know,
I do
it's
need
like,
you
what
guys
the
to
fuck?
identify yourself.
Okay.
So,
What the hell's going on?
bartenders will put their
People
hands on
think
you.
that's like,
I know
okay.
everybody here. I work at.
They're not people.
Tell him
Is the bartender the one that shoved you out the door?
Yeah,
Is
what
it
are
a
they
patron?
doing
No,
anyways? What do you do for entertainment?
Oh, it's a
Like,
bartender.
drink and
A patron.
What does she look like?
Older woman, blonde
She's
hair,
1981.
kind of shorter.
Okay.
Grabbed me by the neck and just slumped my head back. It's not fair. We just wanted to have one beer. We're gonna go have dinner.
I gotcha.
But they were also against us.
Yep.
They were so mean to us.
Yep.
I don't know if it's because me and my husband are Hispanic and I'm Middle Eastern.
Yep.
Hit me. So.
Yep. Hey. Go back in. Just go over here, sir. For a sec.
No, look at my face.
Yep. We'll talk. I got you. We'll talk to you in a second. Go ahead and close that door for me. All right. And then, what's his date of birth?
I'm telling you.
I would tell you.
I walked in with my dogs.
Okay.
These people were like, "Who are you? Why is your dog in here? Is this a service dog?" And I said, "Well, pretty much, you know."
The bartender said somebody in this party assaulted two people in my bar.
Okay.
Right. And what if you are someone who needs a service dog, then going to that kind of establishment, you shouldn't really need a service dog if you're capable of going out drinking at a bar that time of night.
The guys that had the dogs in them. And
let me see your
What's
ID.
the service dog for?
Sir, I'm telling you right now, I have a legal reason to ask for your identification.
People are fucking pathetic.
Okay, then have a seat.
Okay,
Sir.
Hey, stop.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm right here.
Exactly. No.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back, and do it now. Take off this backpack first. What's up?
And everybody was trying to get us out. No dogs allowed. They told you no dogs on us. Okay, so we'll just go outside. And she was just looking for her friend.
What's on your mouth?
Hey.
Alright, can you hold his hands up? Okay.
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
Search him. Alright.
Yeah, boinga, boinga, boinga.
Sir, on the second, go ahead. Pepper spray.
Go ahead.
Sir, you're escalating.
Unreal, huh? No, people pull their heads out of their fucking asses where you are yet and address the fucking facts and concerns, or are they fucking playing their drama shows as it appears to be happening in many other places? Oh, I know. People are at their wits' end, man. Can you see the crime spiking? People snapping. Ice Spice got smacked, man. What a fucking show, huh? All these fucking stunt jobs all the time. It's like the polarizing scene from when Rick Moranis got punched, right? The geek got attacked, yeah, Rick Moranis. Jesse Smollett, so they got the geeks going. Jesse Smollett, yeah. Race and gay, all in one shot, good job. I know, and notice how that was right around, like the whole Pizzagate COVID stuff. Yeah, it's fucking pathetic. People are fucking pathetic. Grow the fuck up, and they're not gonna carry on. We just continue to ramble, and hope we hit the ears of people who do fucking care, and are gonna acknowledge the facts and concerns and help these hostages and children in the hands of sick fucking punks and murderous pedophiles that people want to fucking protect. And it's fucking sick and disgusting and disturbing. I know, and then when you see what a lot of them are saying about Trump as opposed to supporting him, it just completely makes them look like total bullshitters for a long time. And if they're proud of that, then suck on it all the way to hell, you nasty fucks. Unfucking believable with everything people are doing, risking their lives, getting shot at, killed. What happened to Charlie? If Charlie gets killed, then we'll know it's real. And then they have the nerve to fucking diss on the president in such times, as opposed to bringing clarity and understanding and trying to help bring less violence. They continue to add to it, and I'm kind of confused as to why any human being would want to do that. And then they fucking bow their heads and pray to Jesus. Fucking nasty fucks. I know, right? Wow. Just trying to keep it real, you know. I hope so. I sure hope so.
Career politicians.
Telescopic mascara gives me extreme length and definition for every day, everywhere.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every
Happy
single
Friday.
week? Just
yeah, it's pretty decent. Smells like the old school stuff. hey man, nice shot. Nice shot, no. That's why I say, hey man, nice shot. I agree. Thank you for saying that. The way I speak sometimes and call people nasty, stupid fucking human beings. Right, when you consider the facts and what's happening, it's very well placed and suited. Oh, yes, I agree. It is nasty. Nasty language. It's horrible, disgusting, disturbing. Yes, I mean, so we can go back and forth all day and try to say who's more mentally ill or crazy or nasty or stupid or trustworthy. Right from the horse's fucking mouth. What's in front of your face, you stupid fucking nasty fucks. Yeah, so we can go back and forth all day trying to decide who has more of a criminal record. Yeah, it just gets old, the fucking bullshit they've been doing over the years. Hopefully we can focus on the facts, because that's exactly why they do that, and try to get people focused on that, so no one's looking at all the fraud being committed. Who do you think's profiting from all that fraud? The fucking idiots around you ignoring these things and feeding you a lot of fear propaganda. Let's bow our heads and pray. Well, see, what you have on a massive scale, you know those situations sometimes when they pull over an old police chief or someone in a reputable position, and they're obviously intoxicated behind the wheel, right? And, I mean, they're looking at him like, you know, you can let me get away with it, don't write it up. You know, you've seen this, right? And they're kind of signaling to the body camera like, no, I can't, dude, you know we can't. You know we can't do that, sir. Ma'am. Right, whoever it is. And they don't seem to get it, and they seem to want to do whatever they can to pretend like the body camera's not rolling. And that's pretty much what's going on. And these guys, like, you know, up in the upper realm positions, doing a lot of the heavy lifting and light work, are doing the same thing, I think. Kind of like people are looking at them, expecting them to ignore the elephants, and they're kind of like, everyone can see them. Cameras are rolling. Yeah, no, right, they don't seem to get it. Have you noticed that? Right. Right, and so a lot of them are just pretending like it's not there. So when you have the cases like these, when you have hostages, Hamas hostages, that's what this is. We're right here, Governor Hill Mansion, Augusta, Maine. These are facts, and if you want to dispute those facts, that would be great. Nobody seems to want to do that, because if you do, it exposes the truth, which is exactly what the fuck we're saying, and that's what needs to be fucking addressed. Not to mention the facts and concerns of the vaccines and overprescribing of SSRIs we were trying to get you to acknowledge back in 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fucking nasty fucks. Psycho fucking sadistic activist pieces of fucking shit putting fucking dogs and drugs before people. It's fucking sadistic and sick, and it drives people mad. Do you hear me? Okay, that's called going mad. But thank goodness we're well aware there's a lot of schizophrenic, crazy people walking around, and many of them are totally fucking safe. Right, it's you fucking stinky, nasty fucks protecting these fucking pedophiles and nasty fucking abusers and sluts and fucking traffickers in our communities. That's the fucking problem. And you want to walk around this place like it's not fucking happening? You thick-headed fucking monkeys? You got another thing fucking coming. Believe me, you nasty pieces of fucking shit. And it's turned into these fucking competitions where if anybody agrees with the facts, they're agreeing with us, horrible people who need to be taught a lesson for speaking so mean. Fuck you! The proper authorities here in Augusta, Maine need to help those kids. Hostages of Hamas, while you fucking sick pukes try to act like it's not happening and tell your fucking little recovery stories and shit you've been through. Shut the fuck up, nasty fucking people here in Augusta, Maine. Much love, health, and peace to the rest of you. If you have any other questions, comments, or concerns or suggestions as to how we can help our children without breaking the law, that would be great. Oh, once again, we know what it takes to do that. It takes the citizens waking up and acknowledging reality. And as you can see, we're not holding our breath on that. So this is our fucking strategy. You got a fucking problem with it? Mwah! Merry Krishna! Because I like the abuse. I got no self-esteem. Well, let me know. If it's going above the Richter scale and bothering anybody in the area, just let me know. I'll keep it down. I didn't know I was getting loud. Was I getting loud? I don't think it was that loud. I think I was just getting closer to the laptop and raising my voice a little bit. So if that's bothering you, I'll keep it down. No problem. No fucking problem.